Welcome to this awesome show. I hope you're ready because we're about to build one of the greatest app ever. So many of you are being very interested in um, learning about um, that is building NFTs, and listing them on OpenSea, having them tradable there, having the entire thing about React, Solidity, smart contract creation, and also um, the use of IPFS and all those cool stuff. Well. Today's lesson, you're going to learn every one of those things, and I'm so excited that you're part of this tutorial today. And I know for sure that it's going to really benefit you massively. So, without further ado, let's get started. Okay, going into this tutorial, I want to show you what it looks like right now. So, this is what we're going to be building. We're going to be building NFT Minting Dapp. A Dapp is a decentralized application, of course. So you see my MetaMask wallet address, I'm already connected to this. You see how fantastic this looks. And these are like previous NFTs that I just finished minting. And these are more, and they are actually listed on the OpenSea. For example, when I click on this, it takes me to OpenSea where that particular NFT is hosted in OpenSea, and I could from here, set it, look at how beautiful that is here. So I could from here and set a price for it and have it tradable online at any price that I want. So this is how cool this particular build that we're about to do today is all about. So for example, now let's click on this mint. When I click on that mint button, I just have to supply. By the way, this was hosted on the fully Ethereum testnet. That is the one as of the time of recording this tutorial. Um, this is the only test network that is still open right now. The others are undergoing some maintenance. So let's confirm this, and the minting was successful. So wow, this was actually fast. Normally it takes a lot of time to have all these things listed here, but it's actually fast. It happened really fast, which is fantastic. So you now have this NFT here, NFT Adulam NFT 8, and when you click here, the information is already captured by OpenSea. So I could come here and have uh, base settings, set the pricing and every of those cool stuff. So this is the kind of cool stuff that we'll be building today from scratch, and you better be ready for it because it's going to be mind blowing. I'm going to take you step by step from the writing the interface with React, and then we'll go ahead and create the smart contract, and then we jump in and then we create the connector, a piece of file that a piece of service that we link the blockchain the smart contract living in the blockchain, and then with our front end, which what we use for this particular to accomplish that kind of task is EthersJs and Hardhat. Previously I used Truffle to build this project, and then after doing a lot of research about it, I found out that it would be a lot simpler and easier, for you people to actually install it and follow along with EthersJs. So I moved it from Ganache and Truffle to Ganache, Truffle, and Web3 to Hardhat and EthersJs. So you have no issue about this. I've tested this, and by the end of this tutorial, I'm going to actually supply a PDF or like a guide that will help you step by step to actually get this thing functioning the way you would like it. So you better get ready for that because there is a ton of free value that is flowing from this place. So to get started, one of the things you must know, there are some certain requirements that you need to get started with this, which include You need to ensure that you have Node.js installed on your machine and you have Yarn enabled. If you don't have Yarn, just do a little Googling and then you know how to activate Yarn, and then have, Hardhat and EthersJs. All those things are going to come shipped with the starter kit I'm going to be sharing with you very soon. And you need MetaMask. You need to have that MetaMask thing resolved. If you don't have MetaMask, you can't really participate. Um, but you just need to install MetaMask. Just go to the Chrome store and then find MetaMask. This is MetaMask right here, and then you'll be able to utilize it on your project. So this is my MetaMask account. So you need this thing. This is what I meant by MetaMask. So, and then it will start working out for you. And you need Git Bash, but if you don't have Git Bash, there's no problem, but you still need to install it because it's pretty fantastic terminal, choice of terminal. So what I want to jump into this class right now and start having this thing done one step at a time. Hope you're set. You're set, then I'm set. Then let's get started. So the first thing you want to do is to seed into your workspace. I have my own workspace, and let's say, let's move to cd sites, fantastic, and then I say, and then dapps, okay, and I'm going to say make directory, call it YT, which is for YouTube, and then I'm going to seed into that. Okay, I'm in this directory now, right now. This directory, this is where I'm going to be making all my YouTube clones. So I'm in my YouTube build, so I won't have to conflict with other apps that I'm building. So the first thing you want to do is to copy this particular repository. Is a starter kit. It's combination of all the dependencies that you're going to need for Tailwind, EthersJs, and Hardhat. Because if you don't have all these things properly set up, they could mess up your building process. So after doing a lot of experiments in this area, I've seen that, man, I got to put something like this so that I won't have to go through all these pains, at any time that I want to build a Web3 application. So in doing that, you can see from the package.json of this file, these are all the dependencies that you're going to need, to build along with me in this particular application that we're doing. So how you're going to do it is just go back to that place. This is the repository here. Just go to the repository is github.com/Daltonic, and then check my repository. You find one called Tailwind _ethers starter kit. I'm going to still put the link at the end of at the description by the end of this stream, so you don't have to worry about that, but you can get that particular thing from there. So I'm going to copy this thing. When I copy it, I just come here. I'm right there at the directory that I want to work on this project. So I just paste it. You don't paste it. Say git. You see why I told you that you needed git. Git installed on your machine will enable you to clone this repository from mine sitting on the server into your computer. So you do git clone, and then you paste this repository, and then you name it whatever, but I'm going to name it Adulam. That's the name of the NFT. So Adulam, and then I click on enter. So it goes ahead and clone this repository. So when I come here, when I do cd Adulam, okay, so I'm inside that directory now. The only thing I just need to do is to open it on VS Code. To do that, I type code, space dot. If it's not set up, you need to set it up this way so that you can open it up a project open a project on VS Code whenever you just type that code. So I'm going to say trust author. Yes, I'm just going to do that. This is me, this is my computer, and this is what I want. So right now you can see when I open this place right now, You see that I have all these things set up. I'm going to just change this to Adulam, because these are all the dependencies I'm going to need. No, a few of them I'm not going to need them, like this one here. I'm not going to need it. So, but for the rest of them, these are all the things that I've set it up. I've used this starter kit over and over and over again. So it works, and it will work fine for you. So you just save it. That is just all you need. And the next thing you need to do after you save that is to what? Clear this. So I open the terminal. VS Code come integrated with terminal. You can, to open the terminal, you can click on this tab here, this place, and say new terminal. And when you do that, this opens up. Okay, a shortcut to it is just Control J or Command J on Mac. If you're using Mac, you can just do Command J and it will open up. So I'm going to clear up this thing. The first thing that you need to run when you are in this place now is to run yarn install. By default I have yarn, the package manager for me, but you can still use npm install though. So npm and yarn works fine. So if you're using npm, use it all through. If you're using yarn, use it all through. So I'm going to say npm, yarn. If you're using npm, all you need to do is npm install. You understand? You can do that, but I want to use yarn, yarn install, and then I run that on the terminal. So the process is executed, and it will start downloading all the package dependencies that are listed here. These are the things that will enable our application to actually run effectively, else we can't develop anything on it. So you see everything has been installed successfully and we are good. You can see yarn.lock is there. That's to indicate to you that the installation went through successfully. So, and it has locked on those packages that we listed on the package.json. So now the next thing you need to do is to clear your terminal, and then you run yarn build, right? So it's going to spin up a server and launch it on on the browser. So oops, sorry, that is the wrong command. I was going to say yarn start. Sorry, yarn start. Okay, so and now it's opening up on the browser. So this is a barebone React application. This is the finished version. So we want to start from nothing and get this thing working. We're going to do it one step at a time. All right, so now let's get started. So the first thing we want to build is the header component. What I meant by that, let me show you this. Okay, so the header component is this part. Okay, this is the part that we want to take care of first, which is what the header contains: the logo and some dummy link and a button. This button, it says connect wallet when it's not used, and then later on when it's connected, it just shows you the account that you're currently connected to. So let's come here. This is how the starter kit looks when you launch it. You say hello truffle Tailwind. I'm supposed to change that. It's supposed to be Ethers. Anyway, so let's get back. Now the first thing you need to do, we can hide this console. You come to this place here to src and create a folder called component. Okay, inside of this component, you create a file called header.jsx, header.jsx. Okay, so and then you start up your React. You create your React structure. How you do that? There's this key, this extension that enables me to do something like this. You understand? Just populate my entire front with the starter, how the boilerplate for the codes that I will need by default to be on the header. Let me show you. This is the extension that is responsible for that. This thing called ES7 plus React/Redux. So you install that, and then whenever you type, like for example, if I want to get React arrow function, RAF, meaning what? React arrow function, you know, component, which is C, and then export, which is E. When I do that, it just brings all these things for me. Of course, I'm not going to need this React being import anymore, because by default, it has already been, been packaged together, bundled together, so I don't need to repeat myself. So now I save this, and then I could import this particular component here. So I'm going to change this to um, header. You see, I could actually import it from here. So import it here. Okay, you see right now that header has been imported immediately. I just imported it, so it's bringing it from that component folder, and then the header file, and then listing it here. So when I save this and I come to the browser, you see that it is just the header now. They're exactly what we wrote in this header component. Fantastic. So one of the things that we need to use for this particular build is some images. Okay, so let's create a folder. Okay, some images. How you can get this image? Come here. This is this is the project that we're trying to build here, called Adulam NFT. And when you come to SRC, and you see this folder called asset, this is a folder that, see all these images in it. I have it logo, Facebook icon, and all those things. I want to download all those images. Okay, and there is a provision on the internet, a website. Once you just do download, download GitHub folder. Let's see, something like that. And then you look at this website called download directory. Okay, you remove this from dark mode so that you see this is how the website looks like. This download directory.github.io. You just paste your GitHub here. Okay, fantastic, and it just downloads it for you. So now I have the particular GitHub file. Okay, and it actually zipped 7 files inside of, which are the 7 images that I needed. So when I come to this download place, that is download here, that the file, this is the file right now. I'm just going to rename it quickly to something I could remember. The assets, zip, and let's unzip it. So in Mac, you just double tap, but Windows has its own way. So as I unzip it, see, these are all the images that I'm going to be needing for this. These images contain my picture, and some other kinds of things like logo, like this logo. Also, all these things I'm going to need them. So let's move this folder. I'll remove this one because I don't need it anymore. Let's move this folder. So we're going to move it to the project directory. So I'm going to open this, define, or go to okay, and come to site tab, to Adulam SRC, create a new folder here, call it, you know what, don't even need a new folder. I just need to just move the other one. So right here, and I'm going to open this other one, downloads. So I'm going to move this asset to this place here. So, and I have these assets as part of the the files that are in my VS Code project structure. You can see all those information here. You can see all the images. Okay, so yeah, I just loaded them there. So that is how you get all those things back here. So the first thing we want to do, we want to um, create a tag. Let's call this nav. All right, this is nav bar, and this nav is going to have some let's just say hello for now. Okay, and it's going to have some classes, class name, and then you say the width. This is rework now. Let's get started. The width of this header component, we want it to be 4/5. That is, you should take 4 out of 5 places. And then we want this to be flex, and we want flex on medium screen above. We want it to have justify to be what center, and of course if not so, it should be just justified between. So this is going to hold truth. Let me cut that and bring that over here. So right here, without this only applies on medium screen and above. Okay, but this is anything that is below medium screen, it will take between, and anything that is a medium screen and above, it will take what center. So that is what I'm just saying there. And next thing I want to do is I want to make sure this is well written. I want items to be what center. Okay, and padding wise, padding to the top and to the bottom. That is what padding wise mean. I want to give it 4, which is basically all these things are written in rem. So that is the file extension. And then margin xy, that is left and right. I want it to be auto so that to have this thing positioned properly. Let's save this and see how it looks on the screen right now. So this is how it looks on the screen right now with the padding added and all those things. Fantastic. Which I is so that going to fantastic, so that you can see live what is happening as we could. So now the next thing I want to do is to add some div inside of this place. Okay, that's that properly. Fantastic. So we add some div. So this div, we have a class name, that's it. We call it flex. Everything is flexbox based here. Okay, so you won't need to actually have a lot of issues, with responsiveness here. So I'm actually teaching you responsive design at the same time. So the flex direction will be row, justified to be what center, to be start. So we want this thing to start, at the very first place. So items, to be what center, and on medium screen and above, I want, the flex take, 0.5 of the width, the entire width, and want to make sure that flex what inertia. Okay, with that, then we can bring in our image, img. So the source of the image, let's bring in the image that we want to use. We want to use that Ethereum logo. What I mean by that is when you come to this asset, this ETH logo, that is what we want to use here. So let's make sure that we import it. So we say import ETH logo from let's see, other asset, of course, and then it logo dot is png, but I'm gonna check png, make sure that I'm right. So it's png. So this is png that we're going to be needing, and so we can now use this particular image as the source for this one here. So I just replace it here, and let's call this logo, and let's save it and see. How about saying can't find logo.png? Am I making some mistake here? Oh, it's not it logo like this, is actually small letters. So let's change that logo. Small letter. It was small letter. It was me that made that mistake. So when I save that, man, I'm still making more mistake. Am I? It logo. There is a mistake somewhere here. Here. So it logo. So save that, and that logo appeared somewhere, but you won't see it right now. Anyway, let's just move on. Oh boy, this is awesome. So by the way, for us to see this thing, let's just make the page dark for now. So let's come to the app.js, and let's say bg dash black, so that we can see what is going on. So I'm making it black for now, but I'm going to change it later. So black screen, you can see this is the image that we're working on. So we want to apply a class name. So we want to make sure that this image is really small, so we give it a width of 8. You see that that image is small, and we want to make sure that it's cursor pointer, cursor pointer, because as of now, if I hover to this image, it's not showing like I'm hovering, but by the time I save this, okay, you see that it's actually pointing now, so it's like cursor pointer. That is all about that image, and I want to what also apply. I want to also apply a span here. This span is going to hold our the word adulam to it. When I save that, you can see it because it's a black text. So I'm going to give it a class name, cause text to be white. So when I save that, you see adulam right there. Fantastic. This is the power of Tailwind. So you say text, should be 2 times extra large. Okay, Excel is actually large. We have different kinds of, let me just show you. So 2 times of largeness, that is what it means. When I save that, I see as this image become a little bit bigger, and I want to give it a margin to the left, so that it will be compatible later on. So margin to the left, I give it 2 rems. Yep. That is 2 is actually 0.5 rems. Okay, so when you do that, you see that space was added there. So fantastic. That was for that particular logo spot. So with that done, the next thing we want to do is to create some of the want to create these links that were here. If you come here, you see on last screen, you see these links here. So we want to create those links. So let's send it back. Okay. So let's have that in added. You create a UL tag, UL, and give it some list item li. Okay, let's call this one explore. All right, fantastic. So with that explore, I want to add a class name to this one. Class. I want to give it on medium screen. Display should be what? Flex, and it should take this thing 0.5 of the page too. Okay, and the text should be what? White. So all the texts that are going to be here, all of them are going to be white. And then on medium screen, it should be flex basically. So we can say this flex should come here. So on medium screen is flex. So and then want it to be hidden by default, and we don't want any list on this list items to have all those droplets. So what I meant by that is this. Okay, let's remove it. Let's save it up to this place. You see this? So not even showing up. So there's no much difference here. So if I come here and make it hidden and list is none, save that. See that it disappears because it basically is because it is in small screen. Like if I enlarge it, it comes in, but on medium screen it disappears. Okay, so with that, let us you know change some certain things about it. Let's bring it up for now. So we're not done with the styling of this place. So here, okay, I'm going to make sure that the flex direction is what row. I'm going to make sure that justification is what between, and items are center. And the flex is inertia. Great. So save that. Let's see. There's not much difference, but it really helps the behavior. So the class name for this list item, I want to give it margin left and right, of course, to be 4, and want it to be what? Cursor to be pointer. Right now, when I enlarge this, it's showing like a text, right? I want this to show like a link. So you just need to add this. When we add this, and you see that it moved a little bit, and the cursor now becomes what? Pointer. It's almost like a link itself. Great. So with that done, all you just need to duplicate this thing 3 places. Okay, we have it now. So we can change this to what? Features, and this one to be what? Community. Great. So we save that. You see, the 3 links, they are appearing. Fantastic. So with that all going well, one last thing we need to add up for this particular header is the what? Button. A button called connect wallet. So let's create a button tag, and let's call it connect wallet. Fantastic. So with this connect wallet, we add a class name and call it, to have a shadow will be extra large. Shadow in extra large, and the shadow should be what? The shadow should be black. Black color shadow, and the text should be what? White, and a BG, that is a background color, should be this specific color that we're choosing, E32970. Okay, and then on hover state, we want the background to be you supply a hash code. Want it to be this color, BD 255F. Cannot complete BD 4, 6. Okay, fantastic. So it is complete. And then on medium screen, the text. Right now, let's just see it on the screen. Let's save. See the button right here. So need more modification, to structure it properly. So now the medium screen, on medium screen, we want the text to be large and then extra small. So when I save that, you see how the button becomes really smaller on medium screen size. So, and then the padding to be what, 2. So all round padding actually. So when I save that, you see that it add all round padding to it. That's fantastic. I want this button to be what, rounded, and it should be what, if I say rounded right now, if I save it, rounded a little bit, but I actually want rounded full. So when I save that, you see how rounded it is now. Okay. So, and then the cursor to be what, pointer, because right now it's not okay. It's already working out though. So let's save that, and it will still work. We are glad we're still here. So on black screen, this looks absolutely fantastic. Let's see how responsive it is. You understand? See, this is what I'm talking about right here. You see how clean that is. All right, but our design is not black, so we're gonna fix that. Okay, let's fix that right now by changing the background color and all of those things. So congratulations. Now let's go to the app.gss. Is here already. I'll come here. First of all, we want to remove this black color. Okay, save that. See that all these things disappear. We want to give it our own styling. All right, so we had this particular color. Called this thing index.css here. Okay, so this doesn't have all the, I'm seeing that there's some limitation here, so I'm just gonna jump in here, come to this Adulam NFT. I'm going to bring in this particular styles that we have here. It's some style that we built, see all these styles. They're like some essential styles that needed to be in this particular directory. So I'm just going to paste that there, save. Okay, so now we have this particular class called gradient hero. So it has all this cool stuff. You're going to see all those things. These are just gradient manipulations that that needed to be here. So I've added all that in here. So all we just need is to call these classes. There are just only few classes. Okay, so basically what I'm going to need is this gradient bg hero. This gradient bg hero, it has this radial gradient, and that so that's just all it needs. So I'm going to copy it, bring it to this place, and surround this with a div. Let's call this div, this class name, and paste that class. Now I can actually and move this particular one inside of it. Fantastic. So let's save that and see. Okay, you see now that this is the gradient that is responsible for changing. Let's remove this thing. You see that it's not there. So when we bring this thing back, this particular gradient is responsible for making sure that this whole beautiful header is structured. Wow, see how clean that is, right? So this is how you, this is for the header, component. So with that done, let us move on to creating the next component on our list here, which is the hero component. In the hero component, this is where we have it, this particular part. Let me come here. So this is the hero component, basically this place here. So this is what we want to design next. Man, this is, so hope you came prepared. We have a lot to cover. So let's make this a little bit faster. Let me create a new component called this hero.jsx. And of course, I'm going to populate it with this. Make sure I remove that. And in this place here, this is where I start writing code for my hero component. All right, so my hero component is going to utilize a lot of images and a lot of cool stuff together. So this is the image. I want to use an image called class name for this bg dash, so this is how you include a specific URL in Tailwind, say URL, and then you specify it inside of here. This is where I'm going to put the image URL, the directory of the image. Okay, so to get that, let's see, to get that, I already have it somewhere around here. So we go to my notes. Okay, my notes, be there in my notes. So this is it. Copy. So basically copy that link to that image. Okay, now I could come and paste that link in this location here so that enlarged. So we have that image right there. Do this thing properly. Make sure that everything is well represented. Okay. All right. So okay, so we have hero. When I save this, the image is not appearing because it doesn't have like a width. It doesn't have some extra properties that I needed to specify. So let's specify those extra properties. The extra properties include BG. Don't want this to have to be a repeating background, so we say BG repeat, no repeat. Okay, and then it should be what? BG cover, BG dash cover. So when I put all this thing, it doesn't really show up here. So and so to have this thing show up, we must include this thing, this hero component on the app.gss. Just after that, header. So come to the app.gss, say hero. Okay, and or save it so that it kind of is stopping this, and you can see the image is actually loaded into our browser. But this is where we start working on it. We are still working on it. We're not done. So let's say this is when I actually, so right here doesn't have anything. So I'm just going to show you later. Let's keep building upon this particular part. We have a lot to cover here. So let's say in this hero here we have a div called class name of let's make it flex. Want everything to be responsive, and it's flex column. Okay, and justify to be what? Center. Items to be what? Center. And Okay, and it should also have margin of the x-axis to be what? Auth also want it to be perfectly centered, and then the padding top and bottom to be 10. Okay, so let's say that it kind of increase the space in here. We're not done, so we want to create another div inside of this. Okay, a div, let's call this class name. Text, want every text in this place to be white, and we want the text size to be what? 5 times larger. You understand? 5 times extra larger, and the font weight to be what? Bold. So basically, before I go on, let's say hello for now and save that. So you see this hello here is what I'm trying to work on. So this hello would have a text, the size of the text 5XL. When I do that, you see the size of the text increase that large, and then the font to be what? Bold. Okay, and text what? Center. So for example, if I say font to be bold, it becomes that, and then text to be what? Centered, center. And so, but it's just like a fail proof mechanism. So now inside of this place, this hello, instead of typing that, we'll now type AI arts. Understand? Let's save it, what is here, and then we'll put a line breaker here so that we can put things under the hood. So we have a span tag here, and let's just call it NFT. NFTs, and then let's say collection. Let's save that. So we have AI art NFT collections. But the thing here is that we want to give this thing a certain gradient style, So that is what we want to apply on this. So that's why we surrounded it in a span. So we can now what? Give a class name, a new class, and let's call it text gradient. We have a special, a special tag here. Like when I save that, you see what happened there. This is because we have in this index.css this particular class called text gradient, which is responsible for giving this kind of coloration here. So that is what you should know there. So after doing that, the next thing that I want to do, you see that the image is actually being revealed. The more we code, the more it gets revealed. Okay, so actually, I think I must have made mistake here. It's supposed to be not a div, it's supposed to be h1. That is the heading tag, but it doesn't really make any difference because we are all styling everything ourselves. So we want a p tag this time. I want to call it mint and collect the hottest NFT around. Stop. So when you save that, the text is actually black all the way. So let's work on it a little bit. So sorry, working on it a little bit. So to work on it a little bit, let's add a class here. Class name, and we give it text to be white. Okay, when we do that, save, see the text becomes white, and the font to be what? Semi-bold. Save that, get bolder, and then the text to be what? A small size, so it gets smaller, and the margin to the top is what? 3. When you do that, you add the margin, so it makes it a little bit cleaner. Okay, am I doing this? Let's close this. Okay, so it's well formatted. Now I'm just applying my formatting tool. So let's add a button. Okay, let's call this button mint now. All right, in this mint now button, want it to have a class name. So for now, let's save it. See the button right here called mint now. Has no styling or anything for now. Let's work on it. So I want to add some shadow to be what extra large shadows, and the shadow should be what shadow black. Okay, and text to be what white. When you do that, save, you see how it looks right now. There is some form of elevation right here. So we're not done. Let's add extra properties to it. Let's give you the background color of BG, specific color. So let's call this S code E32970. When you save that, that becomes the color of the button, and you want to make it at hover. The BG of this should become hash symbol and BD. BD 255F. Let's save that. So when we hover, you see as that little changes happening. Cool. And then we give it a padding all round of 2. And you save that, it becomes larger and cleaner. And also make sure it's rounded full. When we do that, save, you see how the button takes that shape. Fantastic. And I want it to be cursor to be what pointer, because right now also okay, it's the pointer, but let me just add that there. All right, so done that for that button, and want to give it a low margin because it's too close to that. So margin top and bottom to be what 4. When you do that, save, see how clean it is now. Boy, we're doing well. All right, so let's format this and let's move to the next thing on the list that needs to be worked on. This time, let's bring in some of the a link that points to my GitHub repository, basically. So https //daltonic.github.io. You can actually point it to your own if you want to, and a lot is going to be inside of this image. Lot is going to be inside of here. The neat thing I want to put an image img, and we want to also put another div, and inside of this div we want to have a span tag ×2. Let's do it span tag and duplicate it twice. So this is the structure we want to have here. The first one would be like my Ethereum wallet address, which is not correct, 0x5f and then 16a. Okay, and then this, my username is Daltonic. Okay, and if I save this, it appears here. You can see all that information here, right here. Hasn't been styled, and also I want to bring in my images, my avatar. So I'm going to import this here. Let's call it import avatar from data assets, and then I'm actually getting the owner. The JPEG owner is JPG. So I'm going to take this avatar here, come to this place and put it as a source of this file. So I'll call it avatar. When you save that, you see I have my image and all that here. So let's work on these things a little bit actually go into my file. Oops, try you. I have to go back to this. So let's say localhost. Okay, there we are. So I guess I have to put this thing for target blank so that it will not target. Let's call it blank. Okay, so that it will not be opening some random stuff for me. So with that done, let's style this particular link. So let's style this. Come here, add a class name, call this flex. Okay, and I save that. You see how everything is in one row now. So and then I have flex to be row by default is row, you know, so justify to be what center, and items okay, justify to be center. The space is space in the x-axis should be 2. So see there's a little space between those two items now. So I also want I want items to be what centered, items centered. When I do that and see, we see as this text actually comes to the middle of it and they are in the same line now, which is what we are trying to achieve. Okay, so make sure that this thing is broken down. So we're not done here. So there is other styling we need to give it a background, say bg, you know, a unique background. So let's call this the pound symbol 000000 AD. So let's say that is as some kind of a shadowy color, and then we give it rounded to be what? To be full. Then we'll do that and we'll save. You see how that becomes curvy, and make sure that I give you some margin top and bottom to be what? 4. And you do that, see, has some space, and of course padding to the right on 3, and save that, press spread. And you know, for us to appreciate what is going on here, let me give this text to be white so that we can see what is going on. And back here I could say padding, and then the cursor to be what? Pointer, because right now it's not pointing, but when I save this, it becomes a pointer, the entire thing as a whole. So we're kind of done with that particular div styling. So the next thing I want to style is this image here. So let's give the class name, and the image is going to have a width of 11. And I save that. See, it becomes smaller. Fantastic. And we want to say the height should also be 11 because we want to say object to be what? Contain. And save that. Not to happen. And then rounded to be what? When you save that, see, it becomes very roundy. Isn't that fantastic? So that is one of the coolest thing we're doing for the image. And now let's come to the div containing the rest of these this part of it. So we want to say flex. So when immediately we declare flex and we save, okay, that those things by default are in flex mode. So now after it being flex, we want this flex to be column based, flex dash column. That is the flex direction. You see how it is now. And of course, we want the font to be what? Semi bold. So when you do that, see that? Fantastic. So now this place, we want this font, this, so we can just pass in third one, say text sm, because we want the size of the text the font to be small. And with that, we have just finished up this thing. One more thing here is to just give this lower text a certain color. Say text, specify a certain color that we'll need, here, which is what? Pound symbol E329 E32970. When you do that and save, I gotta check my live screen. Wow, how many hours? Wow. Thanks, people. Welcome. I've not been checking my live stream. Okay, great. All right, so let's get back to work. Got a lot to cover here, so let's get back to work. All right, so you see the color of this text becomes that. That is fantastic, just the way we have it here, and that is it. So hold on. So lastly, see, this Tailwind part takes quite some time, because designing stuff is pretty time consuming. Okay, so let's say padding, I want to give it a p tag this time and want to say some words on it. All right, so I'm just going to copy that word because it's really bulky. So I'm going to copy it here and bring it to this place. Paste it here so that it's formatted. So I'm going to break some of these words, add some BR tag, and add some BR tag here. Okay, so with that, save that. You see the text is populated here. So now we want to style this text a little bit. So give it a class name of, for sure the text is going to be what? White, of course, that you can see it on the screen, and it's going to be text to be all small size, SM, a smaller now, and the font is going to be what? Medium. Okay, and then that is the font width, and then the text is, of course, going to be center, make it look pretty. That's good. That is how it is for that one. So the next thing that we need to do now is to put some on that list of image avatars. So let's do this. So we say UL, and inside this UL we have an A tag, and inside this A tag we have I'm just going to put that pound symbol. So I'm going to say one is, and inside of it there is an image, and in this image we're having I'm going to bring all the images together. But the first one, let's say the first one is GitHub, right? So we're going to call it GitHub. So all right, so I'm just going to copy and paste this code to make this thing faster, because okay, let's copy this thing to make it faster. So I'm going to bring in all of the images that we needed. I'm importing all the images, and then for the UL, for this UL, let's come here. So when I save this, let's bring this. Let's use GitHub here. That's how I use it. Like this GitHub. Okay, when I save that, see this GitHub item and you see all these things. So let's just style it properly. Say class name. Say this is flex row. Justify to be what? Center, and space between them is 2, the x-axis, and the items to be what? Center, item center, and margin top bottom to be what? 4. So save that. We're stretched out properly. So the next thing I want to do to style this A tag. So we say last name, and we're doing the background to be what? White. Save that. That's the background right now. So we want to say at hover, want it to what? Scale down to what? So for example, when I hover this, see that it will scale. That is what I'm talking about right there. So, and then transition is what? That correct. Transition to be all. So, and the duration of this animation that I'm doing right now is 75 milliseconds. Delay is also 75. Delay 75. And rounded, of course, to be full, and the margin x y or 2. So when I save that, you see how that thing is actually rounded all around the image now. So that is a trick behind it right there. So now let's just reduce the size of this image. Class name for the image, let's call it the width 7, and the height is also 7. And want to make sure that is just it. I'll do that. I see how small it is now. So for that GitHub one, for that first one, we've actually accomplished it. So now we just need to duplicate this, pam, 5 places. So now let's replace the logos. We'll call it, next one we'll call it Facebook. Next one, LinkedIn. Next one, Twitter. And this one to be what? Medium. When you do that, see all of that, well represented. Isn't that fantastic? So lastly, for this hero component, we want to build a counter. This is really important for counting the number of NFTs that have been minted. So span, let's say 9. So now I want to do, this is going to have a lot of classes. So get ready. So class name, I want to give it a shadow that is what? Extra large, and the shadow is obviously going to be black. Okay, with that, this thing here. So we're still working, and we want to make sure that it's flex, and the flex justify to be what? Center. Save that, and then we want to make sure that items is what? Also center. I want to make sure that the width is what? 10, and the height is what, 10, and the rounded to be what, full. Okay, the background to be what, be white. That, so this is what we're doing here, and we're not done. I'm going to say cursor to be what, pointer. I want to say the padding all around to be what, 3. Leave that. I want to make sure that the margin to the left is what, 4. Okay, and the text be what, black. And hover, in hover state, we want to make sure that the background is ED 255F. Save that. So when I hover here, how the background changes, that's what I'm talking about. So because the hover, also in the hover state, the text should be what, changed to white. Oh no. And then transition to be all, and duration be what, 75, and delay to be what, 100. Let's do that. So that beautiful animation right there, fantastic. So now lastly for this session, for this particular, you see, we want to make sure that the text is what, SM, and the font is what, bold for this place. Save that, and that is it. So we're done with this, with the heroes component. The next thing I want to do now, the next component on our list is what I call the artwork component. So let's get this artwork component done fast. So to create that, come to this place and to the component and create artworks.jsx, and make sure you include it in this place. So let's first of all make this stand, this thing that we normally do here, here, and then we bring it in here. So in bringing it in, see, we're not going to put it inside this container, we're going to put it outside of it. Let's call this artworks. Okay, we've imported it now. Save that, come to this place, see, these are artworks here. This is where we want to list it. So now that we have all that set up here, so then let's get to what, writing artworks. Okay, so for this artwork, I'm gonna let me just copy some things very fast here. I need the it logo, so it logo is provided for me here, so I'm just gonna copy it, bring it here. Okay, so that's the it logo, and I want the class for this class name. The class name background is pound symbol 131835. So that is here. So when I save that, see how the coloration here has changed. You understand, this is where our artwork is going to be. So we're actually borrowing the color code that is coming from this image as well. So, and then I want to make sure that the padding top bottom to be what, 10. Wow, so that is what I want. So inside of this place, let's start working on it. So let's create another div and call this as a class name. The width of this div is going to take 4 out of the 5th slot that is there, and the margin to the x and y x axis going to be auto, so I want to perfectly center it for it. Inside of this place we'll have a h4, and we'll call this artwork. Okay, save it, and there we go here. So now let's give it a color, this thing a little bit. Okay, last name, we're going to give it the same text gradient that we used for this particular place. So we want to give it that same text gradient. When we do that, you see how the color is now. And I want to make sure that want to also make sure that it is what uppercase, and the text is 2XL. Okay, and when you save that, you see it's extra large and it got bigger. Fantastic. So now let's create this div here. Right here is going to be for holding the NFTs. So class name, it should be flex. Make sure that flex wrap, so that it will be responsive, because we are listing a series of cards, NFT. So we say justifies to be start, so you should start from this from the start from this side, and then items to be what? Center, margin top, be what? 4. Okay, inside of here where we'll do all our manipulations. So let's call this a div. This is a card itself now. So this div is going to have a class name of relative, but we want to use this other method this way, like this, and let's use this backtick. So we have should be relative, put that is positioning. Shadow should be XL and be shadow black. Shadow that black, and course gonna have padding, around padding of 3, and background to be what? White. Let's save that first and see what we're doing. So this is what we are doing here. It's small though, but we are working on it. The progressive work. So want to make sure that branded the large items. Okay, that, but 64. So that is the width that we are assigning it, that much of a width. And let's give it a height of 64 as well. Height 64. Let's save that, and then we say object contain. Okay, let's save that and see. Everything is all good. Now the next thing you need to do, want to make sure that the background doesn't repeat. BG no dash fit. Okay, so and then the BG is what? Cover. Background to be what? Covers. Save that, and then want to make sure that if it overflows should be what? Hidden, and the margin to the right to be what? Become 2. And when you save that, It doesn't seem to be much now, but later it will be well appreciated. Margin bottom to be 2, and of course cursor need to be what? Pointer, and transition need to be all, and duration what? 75, delay 100. That is for the animation. And then the shadow, when it is hovered, the shadow color should be BD 255F with that. So when I hover this, is how it happens. So we're not done yet. We're not done. So not done. And then we have a style, and then this style, we want to call it background image. So the background image should have, basically I don't even need, so this is where I'm going to be needing it. So I'm going to take a URL, of course, and this URL is going to be coming from a base URL or URL, and of course it ends with .web. Okay, so let's get this thing sorted out. So get that thing sorted out. I have like this base URL here, specifically dedicated for this task. Okay. I'll bring it here. Yeah. Let's just web if image is actually loading. Height, the width. Oh, the width is too small. Width supposed to be 4, not 6. Let's save that. See, that is what the beautiful card that we've been working on all this while, and you can see the hover state on it. How cool it is. Understand? So that is for it, and we want to give it some other extra properties that you need to know about it. So I want to give it a div, and this div, it has a class name of absolute, because we gave this one relative, so this is absolute now, and we want to make sure that it's at the bottom is 0, the left is what? 0, and the right is what? 0. I want to make sure that it's a flex based container, and justify is what? Between, and items is what? At the center. And then label, this is a unique class. Label is gradient. We actually created this ourselves, and padding all around is what? And the width is actually full, and texts are white, and lastly the text is what? Oh, let's save that. So we kind of have this little thing under the hood there, which you will see by the time I add this e tag. Let's call this Abdullam 1, one. If that you see that the Adulan NFT, they say tag one. So this is it, and then let's see that that little transparent background was there to make sure that our NFT name comes out. So we need also what, an image. This image is going to be using this it logo. Okay, so paste that there. Okay, so add the lamb logo. Okay, and we want to make sure that, okay, this particular image is going to be living in a div. So inside of it, this div is going to have a class name of width 5, also to be what, pointer, and sorry, that would be extra. Like this class is supposed to be image here. So also let's give particular div now a name. So this div is going to be flex, justify is going to be what, center, items is going to be what, center, and SpaceX is going to be what, 2. So with that saved, see that this is particular it logo that is now here, and we can just add a little bit of a price tag here, say 3.4. You see that? Okay, so that's the price of the what, ether. How nice is this? Look at that. That is one NFT right there. So let us bring all these things together. And then, so let's create a load more button. No, let's repeat this first. So this is where all the magic go through. So let's repeat all these things. So I'm gonna cut this. I'm gonna just do a quick repeating of how you say, let's say 5 NFT you, and then map. Okay, so an NFT has an I. Okay, has an index, and now let's paste this inside of here. So and make sure it has a key, of course, is I. Is I. Let's save that. So you see, we now have 5 NFTs here. All right, so we can pass this as a dynamic naming structure. So say I plus 1. That, so we have NFT 1, 2, 3, 4 to what, 5 here. So that's how you crush it, looking at it from this screen, see how it is. So what we can do to help this matter is to make sure that justify is what, center. So when you save that, you come here, so that everything now is well centered. So fantastic. All right, so with that, one last thing we want to do is a load more button. A load more button. So that load more comes at this place. So I want to say a div that is responsible for load more. We're going to say class name is what, flex, and justify to be what, center, items to be what, center, and margin to the x is what, auto, and margin to the top is what, 4. And the inside of it want a button, called load more. All right, save that. Pro button, see this button here. This is a button called load more. Let me see how my live stream is going. All right, so we are doing fine. Let's keep moving. All right, so at this point, let's tie this button a little bit better. So let's say class name. Oh man, this is a lot of work. Okay, so come on, my typing. All right, so the class name for this button, make sure that is a shadow and extra large shadow system. The shadow should be what, black. Okay, and text to be what, white. And should be rounded. So if I say that, I see the text is white there, that is the button, and that is the shadow right there. So what, rounded to be what, full. It's not showing up because I've not added the color first. So I need to add some color to it. So we say BG stand. So this BG E3 2 9 7. So let's save that. So that's how the color looks like there. So when it is hovered, I want this color to shift it to BG dash BD 255F. Okay, fantastic. And then one, make sure that it has padding all around of 2. Let's save that. See how old I look. And want to make sure that it's rounded full. That, see that how it looks. And cursor to be pointer, and margin top bottom is what, 4. So let's see that, look at how it looks. So that is what I'm talking about. So we did it. So we kind of have finished this whole view. One last view that is remaining now is the footer. So let's get that working, create a new file, and then let's write this aspect. Okay, don't want to spend too much time here. So footer component dot .jsx. So let's call it raf. Okay, so fantastic. We've done this multiple times, so I don't want to bore you. Let's just move straight forward. Let's see, call this footer. Put this footer here. When you save that, so you see the footer right there. So that's where the footer belongs. And let's do justice to this footer. So currently this footer is just bare bone. Want to make sure that footer has a class of full. The width, that is the size of the footer space, is going to be, and want to make sure that it is a flex based kind of, it's in div, and justify to be what, center on medium screen, and on smaller screen would be queen. Okay, and the items got enter. Let's see that first, and then one flex what, column, that is the flex direction, and then the padding all around to be what, 4. See that. So we can see how that style has applied. So we want to give it a gradient. The gradient dash bg dash. This is a special gradient that we actually designed in there. I don't want to go through that process, but this is how the gradient makes it look at the bottom. Okay, so inside of this footer here, let's create some div. So this div we have a class name. Call it class name. Class name is, of course, it's going to be full width, and it's going to be flex, with also flex column, and justify to be what between, and items be what center, and the margin top and bottom to be what 4. Just feel like I've used that before. So margin top bottom to be what 4. Let's just say footer here. So kind of this is where it is right now. We're still working on it. So let me look at, let's see what is going on here on the live stream. Okay. And oh good. Who is this? I see a dude called welcome. Welcome, Elsa. Oh, so, all right, so let's get back to code. So right here, I've loaded. So let's work on this place and get this part finished. The plate has taken quite a while. Okay, so if class name, all this flex -1, -1 actually means you take a huge chunk of this whole div, when compared to others. So that's what it does. Justify it to be evenly, and okay, let me just show you this thing P, and let's explore features and community features. Community. When you save that, you have all these things here. Okay, so now let's say flex-1. Okay, and let's flex-1 justify evenly, items, but center, flex to be what wrap, small screen above, same. This is a breakpoint. Margin to the top is what we want to make sure that it's 0, and otherwise it should be what 5, and the width should be what full. Okay, save that. See how separated things they are now. They are well spread evenly. So let's see. This is how they are. Okay, so there's a lot of responsiveness going on there. So right now I'm going to come here and change some of this class structure here. So for here we can just say text what white, because it's going to be a general thing. Last name, we want this to be text based, so same font size, so text based size, and text to be what, text to be center, text to be center, margin x2, Okay, not here, not here. So let's say margin mx or 2, right? And also your pointer, that how it looks right now. So let's duplicate this. Have what, just okay, and then we have mu, if that. So these are how they look right now. It's a lot much better. So lastly, lastly, what promise. Lastly, let us get this community thing, this um that copywriting sorted out. So I have div class name, flex, justify to be what, center, item center, margin to the top is, you know, and inside of them we're gonna have what, an image, you know, this image, but add to logo. So this is gonna be the logo stick. So I haven't uploaded it here. So let's take the logo form. So here we're gonna say what, the logo, and save that. See the logo right here is so huge. So let's work on it. Working on it, and then you have a span as add to them copyright as in of tonic. Fine, that doesn't look. So for now, leave it. Let's leave it right like that. So let's say class name. Oh, I could just easily copy that from here. Okay, so that with this. Hmm, hmm. Okay, so let's give this image class name of the width 8. Let's reduce the size by just giving it 8. We'll do that. Look at the size of the that now, and then here simply say text as text is what, white, and text is what, small size. Let's save that. Woo! Oh boy, we are done with the interface. Look how smooth it is. So this is all that we'll be doing with the interface today. So next, now let's jump into building the smart contract immediately, because there's a lot of things here that we don't quite know. I'm going to be a little bit faster with the smart contract creation because I don't want like go through a lot of hassle with it. Okay. I see Princess's message is restricted. Okay, wow. Such a great video. All right, thank you, Princess. Thanks for the support. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I see you. Olakunle. Thanks, man. Nice one. I see you. Emmanuel, yes. Very well. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. You guys are welcome. Wow, we still got a lot to go here. Let's build a smart contract. Okay. So, in building a smart contract, let's use Remix. You visit remix, .org. Oh boy. Okay. So Remix is an online, space for building, smart contract and all that. We could just, I don't want to type all these things down. Let us get started. So for example, here to create a smart contract, come to this SCR place, SRC, and create a new folder called contract, contract, contract. Let me see what I wrote here. So it's with S, of course, contracts. So in this contract folder, I'm going to create a new file called adulam.so. This is the Solidity file that we're going to be working on. So better get ready because we got things to put in here. So oh boy, I didn't actually included some new components. So quickly, I'm supposed to write some components for you here, the alert component and the loading component, which are very vital. But I'm not going to go ahead and code them one after the other. I'm just going to copy and paste their information because these things are pretty, useful for as we're going to be writing our application. So this is a component called alert. Okay, so let's create that new component here, call it alert.jsx. All right, in this alert.jsx, these are the styling. I'm using a library font React icons, and I'm actually getting two things called FA reg, and this thing is just a check mark, for showing good and bad. That is just it. So that is for it. So I could actually bring it to this place. Let me be showing here. So I could bring it here and list it here as alert. Okay. All right. So when I save that, okay. When I save that, all I just need is to come here. There's a place scale value. If I change this scale value to 100, you can see that this is how the alert looks like on the screen. So because I've included it, but let me remove it now. So we're going to use dynamic thing to make this thing available later on. And lastly, there's one more component that is called this is loading.jsx. All right, so let me copy that style as well. Those things are just simple styles, so they are not much. You can always look it up back later on. I'm going to provide all the things that you need to get this thing. So this is the loading or whatever. So it is actually using showing a progress, whenever I'm minting, it just shows up. So right now, let's bring it here, call it loading, save it. It doesn't show up until let's say I change this scale to 100. So you see, this is what I'm talking about, the loader. So this is how I designed it to look like. So yeah, sorry, our time is just running and I want to cover more things. So, but I'm just going to leave this here. You can pause the screen and actually code up all these things that I'm saying. It's pretty simple. It's not a difficult task. There is nothing, just Tailwind CSS right now. So, okay, with that done, let's move on to the smart contract creation. All right. So this is the back end part of this work now. So if you don't know smart contract development, I have actually gone ahead and created a whole playlist called Mastering Solidity Basics. You can always consult that, reference that to make things easy for you, as you flow along in this particular course. So I'm just going to do a few, explanation about how this smart contract thing works. But this is what I do, and I've been doing it for quite a while now. So SPDX, if you want to start creating a Solidity file, you need to put this thing xpds dash license dash identifier. So basically, I say MIT. So basically, these are a license identifier. Digital products often have licenses, and the kind of license that is attached to them determines the borders or the boundaries to which you can use them at. So MIT has its own and so many other kind of license identifier. So a smart contract file is recommended to have this line of code at the very beginning. So the next thing that you need to do is pragma solidity. Okay, and then I'm going to specify a range. This is a keyword that is used in specifying the range, the compiler version or the range of compiler that you want to use in compiling this smart contract that we're about to write. So I want to say all compiler at 0.7.0 all the way up to what, less than 0.0.9.0. So anyone within this can run this script comfortable. And note, every Solidity line of code ends with a semicolon, so don't get that confused. And I'm going to load up some what's it called, I'm going to import some files. Okay, some smart contract. This is an ERC 721 smart contract, which are going to be useful. How am I going to say it? These things enables you to create an NFT, smart contract. So they are already written for you. All you just need to import them, and then you can now manipulate them. The first thing I will importing is what, ERC 721 enumerable. This particular a smart contract file. It comes with all the things that we're going to need for building this back end of this of the Solidity file. So, and this ownable is a smart contract tool, is a utility, but it grants access. It is used for specifying accesses in your smart contract. For example, a smart contract can have an admin, a function, for example, ability to mint a function or to withdraw money from your smart contract can only be, given toward the admin. So this particular file, this particular smart contract or this import, enables us to do that. All these smart contracts are coming from the Open Zeppelin library. So that is where all these smart contracts are coming from. So if you want to know more about that, first of all, I would recommend that you watch my video, and also watch my video on mastering Solidity basics, and also do some googling around on that Open Zeppelin smart contract. By the way, if you're watching this video and you haven't hit the subscribe and like button, please do that, man. Show some love for the video. There's a lot of work here. Okay, so please do that easily. Thank you very much. So now we say contract. Okay, not contract. This is a keyword that you use in declaring a contract in Solidity. So it's almost like the way you will do a class in object-oriented programming language. So, and the name of this contract will be Adulam, just like the name of the file. Make sure that the name is consistent with the name of the file. So is a keyword for inheritance, for inheriting this smart contract. Okay, and we also want to inherit the methods and properties of this particular smart contract called ownable too. So those two things are going to be needed. So this is where all our code is going to go inside of. This is where we're going to be writing the rest of the smart contract. So in doing so, now the next what we want to do is declare this using strings for uint 256. Please watch that mastering Solidity basics. I explain what 256 is and all those things. But to speed up with you, I'm just saying this thing is just saying that okay, we're going to be having a string conversion. We're going to be converting an unsigned integer to string. So it's a library within this ERC token that ERC 721 token that enables us to do that. So to declare a variable in Solidity, this is what you do. You write the type of variable, because we have so many kinds of variable. We have string variable, we have integer variables, we have Boolean variables and address variables. So what we are using here is string, okay, base URI. All right, so and we want to what also have another string, but this one is public. If by default by default a variable in Solidity is private, except you specify a different access specifier. So this thing called public is what? An access specifier. So we're exposing this base image, okay, to be all public. So the base images, because all the images that I'm going to be using here are all in WebP format, so that's why I'm doing that like that. And the next thing that I want to do is what? Want to do base extension. All right, and this base extension, what does it do? The base extension is what? JSON. So this .json is what OpenSea is going to be using to gathering the information about each NFT that is minted on your platform. So that is why we're specifying it like that. So we have an unsigned integer 256, of course. Sorry, an integer. Okay, and it's public, and we want to say this one is cost. So this is what it will cost to mint one NFT, 001 Ethers. Okay, so this is what it takes to mint one NFT. Remember, Solidity doesn't deal with decimal places, so this whole statement is going to be converted to an integer, and it will be removed from these floating decimal places that are here. So the next thing you want to do, you want to also specify another public. This one is called max supply. So we have 99 NFTs, so that is why we're specifying that like that. And then that when it's all minted, it will stop, so that it will not be problematic. So I want to specify a Boolean data state variable, and then we'll call it post. It's called to what? False. Okay, so this thing is not post by default. That's all we're just saying. So these are like the major variables that we're going to be using in this build. Okay, that is state variable. It's going to determine the state of our smart contract. Want to write an event, a sales event, so that whenever anybody mints an NFT on our platform, this event is going to fire. So what we say, event sale, and what is this sale? Make it end with semicolon. Inside I want uint 256, of course. I want to call this an ID. So this will be the token ID of what? The smart contract of each NFT that you mint. This is their ID. Okay, so take note of that. And we also have address. So this address is also a data type, and it's going to be indexed. Okay, and this is the buyer. So this is the person that minted this NFT, basically is the owner. All right, and then another uint 56, and this one will be the cost. How much did it cost this person to mint this NFT? And then we have a string, is also indexed, and this is a token, URI. Okay, so this is the token URI, where the token was actually stored on IPFS. All right, so and then lastly we have this one, and this is what timestamp. Okay, so this is the time that this NFT was minted. So this is what is called an event. It's actually logged off logged off in the Solidity, I mean, in the EVM itself, along with a transaction. So minting an NFT is actually a transaction. So this sales event is going to what, be injected together in that transaction that you make. This is how it works. So the next thing we want to do is to what, create a struct. A struct is a kind of a complex data type. If I want to do some complex manipulations of information, because right now if you look at this, we can only have unsigned integer address and this thing boolean, all these things are just one, they are all single. If I want to model like a real life data, for example, let's say a product has a name, description, image, URL, and what, price. So this thing makes up what, one product. So that's what we want to do. We use this struct to model an item that has, complex or multiple what, data what, attributes to it. Right? Let me check my live stream and see. So everything is flowing properly. All right. So let's go back here. So let's create a struct. All right. So this thing called struct, and you call it sale struct. Okay, so let's come here. It's unsigned integer 5 6, all of them. This is also an ID. It's almost like the same thing as this, but it's just something different. Let me make that faster. So of course everything must end with semicolon in this declaration here, so you can't use the way you used it before. So I'm going to change all this, and it doesn't have what, an index, so I'm going to remove those index. So it has an ID, it has a buyer, it has a cost. Okay, it's not image token URL, but this time is what, image URL. Okay, because this token URL is going to, it's the business of OpenSea. So when you mint that NFT, mint an NFT, this ERC contract takes care of this token URI for you. But the one I want to display on our own website, we're going to be needing something like what, an image URI, which is where this WebP comes into the play. So once you finish this, this is the struct. Sorry. So with this struct that you've created, now you want to utilize this struct. How you utilize it is, it becomes like one data type on itself. So when I paste this is a struct right now, is a data type, and I want to what, say minted. All right, so this minted is the variable. Okay, just as this is a variable, this is a variable, this is a variable. So this minted now is a variable, but the type of this variable is what, say struct. You see the type of this post is what, boolean, but this one is taking this whole thing as its type. So, but I want to make sure that this minted is going to hold a collection of minted NFT. So I want to make sure, put it in an array. To do that, you just need to put this thing here with which symbolizes what, an array. Okay, fantastic. So with that done, we still move on, and we want to create the constructor of this function. So say constructor basically, constructor is the first function, is an inbuilt function that comes with Solidity, and is the first function to be executed whenever a smart contract is instantiated or deployed or put into the EVM. So that is the first function that runs. All right, so this function is going to take some argument. The first argument is going to take is what, a string, and memory is the location where this information that they are passing into the what, into as an argument will be stored, a temporary location in the EVM called what, memory. There are 3 types of it: storage, memory, and call data. When you go through that, my mastering Solidity basics, that full course that I put on my channel, you will learn all about this thing there. So you can go through that and find out all about these different kinds of memory locations. So let's call this name. Okay, name, comma, let's make sure. So there are 3 things I want here: name, symbol, and description. Okay, those are the three, you know, no, name, symbol, and initial base URI. Initial base URI. So this is the URI. This will carry the location of your metadata, of, like where you store your entire NFT collection on IPFS. So this will be what the URI, the resource location. All right. So, and now one more thing you must take note. This thing is going to be what? This constructor is going to be inheriting properties that, looks like the ERC, 721. So it's going to like, I'm merging the two constructors together because other things are also instantiated in this one here. So we are merging them together, and we are passing. This one takes an ERC 721 token by default, takes two parameters in its constructor, which is what? The name. This will be the name of your what? Your NFT. Okay, like for mine, for the name of my NFT is what? Adulam. Okay, and then the symbol. Okay, just like money normally has symbols, so this symbol for this is going to be like ADM. Okay, that is the symbol of this smart contract. And here I want to create a variable called set base URI. You understand? This is a function. I'm going to create the function later, and I'm just going to put this inside of it, end with a semicolon, of course. Ooh, we're going far. Now that we've created our function, we want to create this. This is the important function that we're about to create now. This is called what? The mint function. This function enables you to mint your NFT. This is what you really want to know. This is a very key playing function. So you create a function by saying with the keyword function, and then you give the function a name. So this is pay to mint. All right, and it is public. That is the access specifier, and it is payable. Payable imply that this function, you can't call this function without sending some money, some ethers along with it. So that the ether that you're sending, that is what we use in minting your NFT. So this is where we charge the buyer some certain amount of token that is, specifically unique to each one of the NFTs that is being used, that we are offering on our platform. So the cost of an NFT is what? 0.001. This is just it, but you can actually change it to your own specification. So first thing we want to do is what? Say u into 56. Want to say supply. Okay, supply is equal to what? Total supply. Total supply is an inbuilt function that comes with this ERC6, ERC7, ERC721. So this function that I'm calling actually here is coming from this place. Okay, it's coming from this smart contract right here. So take note of that. So now I'm actually getting total supply is like the total number of mints NFT that has been minted on this platform. By default it's going to be 0. So I'm actually grabbing that number, and I want to perform some validation using this require function. Require is an inbuilt Solidity method for what? Comparing that some certain factors are present before what? Execution. So this is how it's done. You say if this NFT is not paused, okay, if this smart contract is not paused, you should proceed only if this smart contract is not paused. If it is paused, you understand? I'm just going to grab some of these things that I'm saying to be faster a little bit. So the first thing I want to do is to make sure that this NFT is what? It is not paused. But if it is paused, it should tell you this NFT under maintenance. So because it is what? Paused. Another this thing here that you must take note, another specification is this require. So I want to make sure that the max supply, this supply, you understand, is still less than what? the max supply. Here we specify that the max supply is 99. So we are making sure that we have not exhausted our NFT collection to allow this person to mint. Okay, so if we have not exhausted our NFT collection, then you should proceed. Otherwise, you should say, sorry, all NFTs have been minted. Okay, that is what we want to give us what the warning. So the next thing we want to do, want to also, all right, let me bring this here. I want to make sure that the value, okay, how much money that you're sending to us is not zero, because some people can be fishy. They will send 0 ether, you know. So want to make sure that you're actually sending money that is greater than what 0 ether. Otherwise, you say ether too low for minting, and then proceed. All right. So now I want to do an if condition. This if condition, we want to check that MSG does sender. MSG is a global variable in Solidity. It captures information about the state of the EVM. So MSG does sender captures information about the person that is sending this money, making this transaction to us. MSG.value has information about the amount of money that is being passed through this transaction. MSG.sender is carries or captures information about the particular sender, the person that is performing this transaction. That is what it does. So I want to make sure that this person, okay, is not equal to owner. All right. So what is happening here? This owner is also coming from this ownable smart contract here. So that is where it's coming from. So it tells us who deployed this smart contract. So if I'm the one that deployed this smart contract, I am the owner of the smart contract. That is what it normally means. So if this person that is intending on minting this NFT is not the owner, you understand? If it's not the owner, then then it is required that the this NFT, the value must be greater than the cost. The cost is what? 0.001. So that means me as the owner of this smart contract, I could come and mint a smart contract for as small as 0.0000001, so long as it has a value that is greater than 0, I can mint it. But for another person, an outsider can come and mint for anything less than what this value. That is what it means here. Otherwise, we can say, please top up ethers. All right. So now, with that done, we want to what? Perform the minting. To perform the minting, now we call this inbuilt function that is in that ERC7 token. So it's called safe mint. All right. Safe mint. What does it require? A safe mint function. The safe mint function requires the person that is intending on minting this NFT, which is what the sender. Okay, and then supply is like, okay, the token ID. Okay, the token ID. So the token ID, whatever the token ID was here, if it is 0, I add 1 to it. That is what? 0 plus 1, that is what? 1 now. That is what I'm just simply saying here. So this actually performs the minting, this small class thing here, but it's a lot here because it's all written inside of here, but I'm only calling this small function here. So with that done, the next thing I want to do is I want to actually mint, push this thing, like add it to my array. See this array here, this sales array. So I want to add it inside this minted as one of the things that I've collection. So we say minted.push. Push is a method that is responsible for putting new items or elements inside of an array in Solidity. So this push, and I want to use this sales struct, this structure to what? Push this element in this new NFT that has been minted inside of it. So what am I pushing? I'm pushing the supply plus 1 as the ID. So that will be the ID. Remember, this is how it is. Basically, we could just copy this thing here, come here, let's put it here, and let me show you one after the other. Okay, make sure that everything is in comma notation and not semicolon now. So this is how it works. So I'm going to make sure I remove this. The ID is going to be our supply, plus 1. Okay, and then the buyer is actually the sender, so it's going to be msg.sender, and then the cost is what the value, how much you use to maintain this NFT. So that is msg.what send value. All right, and then the image URI, is going to be coming from some other place. Okay, so I think I actually created, okay, this is a function here. Let me bring this function here. So let me bring this function here. This is a function. I'm just going to paste it below here. How do we? Anyway, so let me just put this thing properly. So this is just a function. Just know that this function converts a token ID to an image. What does it do? This is a to image function. I just need to pass the token ID inside of it. It will merge it together with the word base URL and the token ID, and then the base image extension. So that is all what it just do, and then returns that string to us, which is the string we are going to be using here. So what I mean by here is I just need to say to image, and then just pass this token ID, this supply plus this here. So this is what I'm just passing inside of here, and then this will become like an image link, which you're gonna see all this thing live. I'm gonna test it out. So lastly, we have block.timestamp. This is using acquiring the current time that this NFT was minted. Okay, so once you get that all done, the last thing that I want to do for this place is to emit the sales event. So let's just copy this place here. You need to emit this sales event, paste it here. Sorry, that again. Okay, so paste it here. Note that a sales event, this is how you create an event, right? But if you want to utilize it, you need to use this keyword called emit. All right, emit, you understand? And you're emitting sales event. So basically what you're emitting here, is exactly the same thing as this, a little bit of difference. Okay, so here's what you are emitting here. Okay, but here we don't want to use to image. We are not actually, we can use to image basically, but we can also use to token URL. This is another function that we created. This function, converts a string, a token ID to the specific metadata location on the internet. So I'm just going to paste that here. I don't want to go too far into this area so that to not confuse you, but it behaves just like this. This get converted to an image, this one converted to a URI, so where you have all the metadata on the internet. All right, so with that specified, all you just need now is to just a token URL. So instead of to image is what token URI. Great. So with that done, the next function is to want to display this this function, for example, I want to display all my NFT. If I want to read all my NFT back, this is how I'm going to do it. I'll say function, like I want to get it on my website. So function say get all NFTs. Okay, this is a function. Okay, so this is a public function. View is a keyword that specifies that this thing is returning a readable data. Okay, it's not just a function that is just finished performing some operation, but it's actually returning some values to us. So returns, remember, it's not return, no, it's returns. There is a difference between the both of them. Returns is used as an attribute here. Okay, so it's different from this other one. This one is actually returning a value. This one tells the kind of value that it should return. That is what it just means. So it returns what? A sales struct. Okay, return a sales struct, but not just a sales struct, but an array of it. And the storage location is going to be in the memory. So the memory is the storage, temporary storage location when we retrieve it, when we pull it from what? When this function is called and is being pulled from the storage from our smart contract. So with that, you what write, just simply say return. What are we returning? We are returning that minted what? Collection of what? Of NFTs. Okay. So with this is how we write the display function. We also need, let me just copy this one. This one is if I want to get a specific NFT. Okay, if sometime you may not want to grab all of them, you just want to grab a specific one. Now just say get an NFT. This is the name of the function, and we'll pass the token ID, and it's going to be public returns view. And you see that here it will still returns this struct, but it returns it without an array because we are not getting an array, we're just getting a single item. And then we are getting into that minted array, and just with that token ID and then subtract one, this will give us the exact index location or the particular location where that NFT is in that array. So we grab it and we return it for the individual. But we're not actually using this, except we're not using it basically. And let me just write the rest of it. Let me just copy the rest of it to you. So this is hold on. I mean, having ignored something here. Okay. So this is a function here. This function is called payto. This function is responsible for, I'm just going to paste because I want to be faster. I want to be done faster. So payto, this is callable only by the owner of this smart contract. So if a certain, because of this particular ownable here, it provided us with this function modifier that enables us to to restrict a certain function or a resources on our smart contract to only a specific address. Like the only owner implies that the person that deployed this smart contract can be the person, only the authorized entity to pay, withdraw money from this smart contract. Hope you understand that logic there. So with that, I will specify a particular address that I want to send money to, and then the amount, and then the smart contract, any money that the smart contract has augmented will be charged from there, and then will be sent to that particular user. So that is what is taking place right there. Okay. So that is what is taking place right there, and that is the only function basically that, okay, and some other few others. Okay, for example, let me just paste the rest of this. Okay, so these are the rest of a function that way. So most of these functions we are not using it here, but I'm just going to include it um, for reasons that you might need it later. All right, so this set base URL, this I use this. This is used for changing the location of your images on the IPFS, of your metadata on the IPFS. This is used to post the smart contract. Understand, in case you want to add new set of NFT into your collection. And then this is base URL. It just returns the base URL address to you. So it's an inbuilt function that comes with the ER721 token. And take note, this is internal. That means it cannot be seen. You can't access this outside of it. This is none of your business. It's just being used by the smart contract itself. This owner only implies that only this smart contract deployer can have access to this set of function. So let's save this, command save. Okay, so with this done, we'll finish writing our smart contract, and then we can now deploy the smart contract to the web and then start making use of it. You see that there's a lot to do with NFT, right? Let me see who. Oh my God! So someone is online. Yeah, thank you. So, right, thanks. I appreciate. Okay, so now let's get back to work. So that is for smart contract. That is for the back end activities that we're doing. Now it's time to actually set up a deployment script for this smart contract here. So now I want to show you something. In this, so in this place here, let's say Control P for .env. Okay, we can create an environment variable because we can't actually deploy anything here. See, these are some requirements that we needed to use to deploying this smart contract on the web here. Okay, so we needed, these keys, to be present, before we can do any kind of deployment. So I'm just going, since I'm not deploying to Rinkeby, there's no need for me to go about fetching the right stuff. So I'm going to come here, okay, create a new file here, call it .env, and paste this photo, okay, and also get this deployer key, paste here as well. Okay, so let us just have those there, save it. So it's now part of our project, so I could always make references to it, and it's excluded, should be excluded in this git ignore, so it should not be public on the web. So with that done, now all we need to do now is to in this our script here, this deploy.js, this is where we write some really cool script that is essential for deploy. Okay, hold on. So we want to what? Write a script, blah blah blah. So let's just do that together. And before we move on, the deployment script, I'm just going to copy and paste the deployment script that I've been using before. So let's go to Git and actually include that in my piece of work here. So what is important here? So let me grab this one, the original file. um okay, and then you come to script, deploy.js. Okay, now let's copy this thing. Okay, let's do it one after the other. What I mean by what this const ether is equal to what require Hardhat. What is I'm actually grabbing EthersJs from what Hardhat. Hardhat is a what an npm package here, okay, which we all got installed at the time of installing all of these things. Where is Hardhat? So this is Hardhat here. So it's a node package module. Okay, so we're just grabbing EthersJs from it. Okay, and next we want to also grab this fs. Okay, require fs. Okay, what is this is file stream. Okay, so I use this to what do some manipulation of files. Like I could create a file with this module. This is a node module. Okay, it comes shipped along with the with the regular node.js installation. So for example, I would like to create save this thing, write the contract address to a specific file so that I can utilize it later, because EthersJs Hardhat, when Hardhat is actually that is compiling your ABI, it doesn't integrate the contract address into the script, whereas Truffle does. Truffle.js, when I use Truffle.js, all of that were made for me by default. So since EthersJs doesn't do that, so I devised a way of doing it myself. So now you do an asynchronous function, okay, and call it main. Of course, this is the main function that is going to serve as the deploying function. So all the logic that we're going to put here, this is where it goes. So now I'm going to copy this base URI. Base URI, remember, this is where this is where our file lives on the IPFS. So for example, let me visit that place on the browser. You see, these are all my NFT collections. This is where it lives. So for example, let me view this one. Sometimes, okay, look at it. So this is one image. Let me view this image number 12. You see, these are where all my NFT live. This is what the JSON metadata here. So you see that it has all the information about the NFT, NFT number, lorem, So this is where the image of the NFT is found. If I visit this location, see, I could get it there. So this is how you actually specify it. If you want to see this video, how to prepare your NFT in this format, then you can let me know. Please hit that like and subscribe button. It's very important, helps the channel grow. Okay, so but this is just what I want to show you for this place. Okay, so that is what I meant by base URI, this particular location here. So take note of that. All right, with that done, the next thing we want to do is to make sure it's a contract. All right, contract, we want to create the smart contract. We say await. All right, what are we awaiting? Ethers, right? Ethers dot get contract factory. All right, and the contract factory is called what? Adulam. So it basically knows where this thing is kept. Right, okay, yeah, an equal sign here. So this knows this get contract file. It knows exactly where the ABIs of this smart contract that we are building, where it lives. Okay, which we specified in this Hardhat.js. We specified it to be in this src.abis. This is where the contract factory is gonna what live. Okay, so take note of that. So this F is what capital letter contract factory. Okay, and that's one thing you want to say. This is what getting what the contract ABI. Okay, and now okay, and this is actually the instantiation of it. And then we say small letter contract. Okay, the other one is big letter. This small letter contract. They don't mean the same thing. Say await, you know, this contract that has been instantiated dot what deploy. Right. So if we want to deploy this, there are some things that are needed here. So like the name of what this NFT, remember we specified here in the constructor that we needed the name, the symbol, and the initial base URI. That is basically what we are doing here. If you want to what deploy it, want to specify what, want to specify the name, which is Adulam NFT, the name, which is what ADM, and this is the symbol called ADM, and then this is what the base URI. This is where the NFT is located on the internet. And then after you do this, you want to actually what deploy it to the network. This thing called what contract dot deployed. This ensure that this contract has been deployed on any blockchain that you are sending it to. With that done, now I want to grab the address. Okay, address of this smart contract that has been deployed on the internet. The address, I'll say json.stringify okay, json.stringify. And what are we stringifying? We are stringifying a key called address to what contract dot what address. So this will become the vital information that we're looking for, and make sure you put this null and for. Basically it's some required extra information to make our JSON file that we're about to create work well. So this fs file string, write file. So we're about to write file, right? But we're selecting, we are saying write this file, create a file called what contract address.json, but save it in this place called src slash abis slash contract address dot what json. All right, so and what are you saving in there? This address that we just created. Okay, this is the address that we're saving there, saving as this name of inside this file here. All right, and you supply this UTF, this is a file formatting, the JSON formatting standard, and then this is a callback function. All right, that makes sure that the entire thing works successfully. So if there is any error, okay, what is just do is just to console.log that particular what console.error, actually that particular error, and then just return. If there is no errors, just say console.log. Okay, and then the contract deployed on the web. Okay, so we say contract deployed contract address, deployed contract. This is just going to be showing whenever we're running running this particular thing on the web. So just take note of that. So this is the entire function that is responsible for deploying this smart contract. Now we need to what execute it, main, understand, and then say catch. If there is any error, we will say error. Okay, and the console the log. Want to log out this error. Okay, let's say error, pause the error, and then process.exit code is equal to what 1. All right, so kind of done with what the deploy script. So this script is really important. That's why I spent so much time in explaining it to you right now. So the next thing that you just want to do now is to what start up your server. All right, to spin up your server, your blockchain, your let me Control J to open up my terminal. So what I mean is that every 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 smart contract runs on the EVM, it runs on the blockchain. So without that you can actually what work with your your smart contract. Do you understand that? Okay, so let's spin up a new server. This other one here is for our React. Okay, I want to open up this one and I want to split it in two. Okay, so in this place I want to spin up the Hardhat server, a Hardhat node. It's a blockchain server, a local blockchain server where our smart contract is going to run so that we can interact with it. So I say yarn Hardhat node. Okay, that is the keyword. If you are using npm, you can say npx. Okay, but there are two different things. Okay, so I'm using yarn, so that's why I'm using yarn right here, and then you click on what enter. So it is saying the ring KB private key is too short. Okay, so what is saying here is that we need to supply some private keys, which let me show you what it meant. So here is your this thing. Here is this is my wallet, my account right here, my deploy account. This is in the Goalie and test network. So I want to grab this is how you grab your deployer key. So please pay heed to this particular thing I'm telling you right now. So go to this account details, export private key. I'm going to enter my MetaMask wallet here. Don't worry, this particular account is not going to be using any useful money. If I want any money, it's gonna be on a different. This has already been made exposed all over the web, so just gonna copy it here. So now this is my private key here. It's showing, and click on done. Now I can use that private key. Come to this place here. This .env. If I say Control P or Command P .env, okay, and then the error that was showing is this, that what expected ring KB private key short. So this is the deployer key. It's supposed to be longer than this, so I put it there and save it. Okay, and then I think we're in good position now. So when I come here, clear this, and then I run yarn Hardhat node again. Okay, see, I spin up my server, and you can see these keys. These are different keys, accounts. Basically, you load up 20 accounts, and each one of them has 10,000 ethers for testing purposes, of course. So don't think this is for, like this is not really for any kind of valid transaction. So you can't use this money on the mainnet, on the Ethereum mainnet. It's just for testing purposes. Okay, so but for example, I've already added about 2 accounts. See, this particular first account is very important. This is what the private key of the first account. Okay, I've already added mine, okay, which is what? This and what this. So let me just go back and redo the thing so that you can follow. But you know so for example, what do I mean? So this is let's go to network, right? Click here, network. Okay, so let's expand this place. So this is MetaMask, and it's telling me I want to remove this network, this local host right here. Let me delete it. If I do, take note of this, note of this. So I want to like show you how to create a, okay, I'm not going to delete it, I'm just going to show you something different. So what you need to do is to add a new network. You can call this local host. Okay, local host. And the port, remember, watch from here. The port that we're given, this is the address where you can have access to what? To This is where you can have access to this blockchain server. So is the port is at, this is the RPC address. Let me put that. The port is at what? So I'm just giving this name. You can name it anything, but let's say, localhost 2. All right, this is 8584, something like this. And then the RPC URL is this. Okay, this place makes it accessible online. So for example, let's click on this, let's visit it. You see that, this is the what, it's actually online. If not, it shouldn't be showing. Understand? So that is what I meant by the server address of it. So the chain ID is 31. See, it's already indicating to us, so let's just copy that. Okay, so this is the chain ID of the server in this location. Okay, and then the symbol you want to use is what? ETH, as in Ethereum. All right, and don't have any optional distance. So with this, you click on save. All right, so you are now in that particular a blockchain this thing. For example, if you look, I have this local host already. I already have made up all these things, but I'm just showing you how to do it here so that it won't be very difficult for you. So now I want to add a new account because all this account doesn't have anything. These ones I imported them though on the other ones. So for example, okay, with this already set up, let me just come here and remove it, and let me just show you everything from scratch. So I'm gonna move to this place. So we can, yeah, that. So when I come here, let me remove. So let me remove these 2 accounts. I'm gonna remove this one. Okay, I remove it because I want to show you how to do scratch. Remove it. Okay, so now what I'm saying here is that I want to add this account. Like for example, I want to add this one, this first account and this second account. This is how you add it if you want to have MetaMask, okay, interact with this blockchain. So you copy that private key. You copy the private key, not the account. The account is different. So you copy the private key. That is what you are copying. You come to this place and not say create account. Actually, say what? Import account. So you specify the private key here. Click on import. You see, it's imported 10,000 what? ETH currency. You want to also import the second one, which you can import as much as you want, but I'm just going to import 2 because I'm just using this for tutorial reasons. So I import it. So I have two now. So this is what. But this first one, this is the first imported is the deployer one. That is the very first one that will be used for making transaction. I say that all the transaction I ever made on it has just come back. So so that is what you know. This is why I'm taking this special time to teach you these things so that you won't have to have so many questions about it. So you can see this is how we got this thing. So notice that this is the deployer account and everything. So now let's deploy this smart contract to what? To the blockchain server. So now you see here, you watch these activities as I deploy this thing. To deploy a contract to the network, all you do is what? Say yarn, or if you are using npm, you say npx, okay? Yarn, Hardhat, run. Let me have a water. Whew. Boy, it's a marathon session. Okay, let me check. I want to make sure that my this thing is working just fine. Oh no. Okay, so my live. Wow, we just crossed 3 hours right now. Okay, so everything seems okay. All right, so let's move on. So in this place here, let's expand this place so that you see everything I'm running. So I say yarn hardhat run scripts. Please take note, what you're running is scripts. You're not running anything. Why you're saying running script is because this is the script folder, so we want to run scripts there, and the script that we're running inside of it is this deploy.js. So I'm going to specify that slash what deploy.js, okay? And then I say network, so you can deploy this to different networks, which we can find here. We have two networks here. We have localhost and we have Rinkibi, but I want to deploy it to localhost. That's why I'm going to say network what local. You understand? So yarn hardhat run script slash deploy.js network localhost and click enter. So it failed. Why did it fail? Because there is a problem with what? Our smart contract. So it is, first of all, whenever we run this run script, it goes ahead and compile it first. So if there is any problem with the smart contract, if it fails to obey a certain rule, it will flag off. So at line 23, which we can see here, it's not supposed to have this semicolon, but we added it anyway. So I'm just going to remove that. Make sure that we obey the rules and regulation governing Solidity. So let me clear this place and let's run that again. All right, found another error here. It's saying that what expected identifier but got this semicolon. So this is on line 36. Here it is. See, we didn't spell that constructor well. This is supposed to be constructor, but it actually constructor. So I'm going to change that to constructor. Save this. All right. So clear this and execute this script again. So you see this place saying returns min. So this is on line 101, 101. Here it's not supposed to be. See what I'm telling you? Here and here, these two are not the same thing. This is returns, but here it's supposed to be what? Return. All right. So I'm going to save this. You see how this is how Hardhat uses to detect any error. So now let's run this again. Okay, it compiled successfully and deployed. And then you see that our smart contract was deployed, and this is the contract address. Now you see that a folder called ABIs have been created for us with the build instruction, and this is the contract address stored here. All the whole instruction that was written here, this file creation process, everything was triggered as a result of this script that we just wrote. So our smart contract is now on the blockchain, and you can see that the blockchain took note of it, Adulam, and then that's the contract deployment, and then this contract address the same as this, and you can see that the value, this is the deployer which end with 266. You can see that, and this is the gas fee that was used, this blah blah blah. So those are all this information that were so essential that I needed you to know. Now if you click here, you can see that it took some amount of ethers to actually deploy this on the web, and that is why you see all that right there now. So the smart contract has been deployed. We are now ready to start interacting with it. Okay, we are getting to the final aspect of this smart contract, and we are about to finish this thing up. In finishing up, now all we need to do is to what? Interact with what? This smart contract. We need to what? Interact with it using a script that I call interface service. Okay, smart contract interface service. So how do we create it? Before we create it, let's create a folder called store. Okay, because we want to use, creating an NFT, all these things, all these blockchain things, because it's slow and you want your information to be in one place, you need a state management library. We're not using Redux because that is too complicated and don't want to make this tutorial complex. So we're going to use a simple state management library called React Hooks Global State. Okay, it's very simple, and it gets the job done. That is just what I like it. I mean, you don't need to do so many complicated stuff. It is just simple, straight to the point, and it gets the job done in making states available throughout your application. So this is how you do it. All right, so you ready? Okay, so now you come here and create a new folder called store, and inside this folder called store, create a file called index.jsx. All right, so this is where we're going to write all our store logic. All right, so we first of all we need to import this create global state, and we're importing it from that React, from that global state hook. All right, so we are importing this thing from that global. So this is what we use in creating our store. All right, so and then we say const. What we want is to what? Grab it from, say, set global, in fact, let's first of all come here, say is equal to this create global state. Okay, and of course the rest of this information will be captured here. So what do you want? We want to what? Set global state. We want to what? Use global state, and we want to what? Get global state. So these are like functions that comes with this particular package here that will enable us to interact with our with our store from anywhere in our application. So what are the essential data that we're going to need? We're going to need a connected account. Okay, this connected account, this is going to hold a JSON structure. This connected account is basically any account that we connect with that will become the primary account on our platform. Okay, so you say connected account contract. This is going to have information about our contract. By default, it's going to be null. And then NFTs. Okay, this is going to be an array that will hold a collection of all our NFTs on the smart contract. So I'm going to jump here and grab a function. Okay, I'll grab a function. This function called to, this is a function that I created. It's called to. So this function is called, I type in this for it. Okay, this function is called truncate. What does it do? Basically, it's simple. All it does is to what? Truncate text. I pass in some text. It's, and then it makes it shorter for me. So that's just all it does. And lastly, I'm going to what? Export all these functions that I've created so far. So I want to export them in one key. So I'm exporting this, I'm exporting this, I'm exporting this, and I'm exporting this. That is what it means by this thing that I just pasted here. So this is the store, and we need it to be here before we can proceed doing other stuff. Okay, with that done successfully, the next thing I want to do now is let's jump into this SRC. Okay, we want to what? Write that contract interaction script. Okay, this is a script, is like a service, that helps us to bridge the gap between the blockchain and then the interface. So the interface is going to speak to this file, and this file is going to speak to our smart contract that is on the blockchain. So we are using this particular what file to what? Serve as an intermediary between the smart contract that is living in the EVM or your local blockchain server, and then the interface, which is your DApp, your React front end. So that is what we want to do here. So on this SRC folder, right click and create a new file. Call it adulam.jsx. Okay. Inside of it, want to import some things. First of all, want to import what is it called? Want to import the ABI. Okay, this is the ABI. We're actually grabbing it from where it was kept. So we want to grab that ABI. Want to also grab the contract address. Okay, want to also grab what? The contract address. So this is where we're importing it from, this file here. So we are importing we're importing the ABI from this file, and then we are importing the address from the contract address from this file. And then we also want to what? Import two essential function, okay, from the store, which is this get global state and this set global state. Fantastic. And lastly, I want to grab this EthersJs. Okay, this is the Ethers library, very important library that will be performing all the transactions for us under the hood. All right, so next thing we want to do, we want to make sure that this Ethereum, this const Ethereum object, want to grab this Ethereum object from what? Windows, which is like the entire, that which is like the object that encapsulates all the functions and methods that comes of JavaScript that comes with our browser, with our DOM, document object module. Okay, so what happened is that when we installed MetaMask injected this Ethereum object in this window. So we are just destructuring it and grabbing this Ethereum from it so that we can what? Use it to make some validation before progressing. Okay, the next thing I want to do, want to set up some essential data, essential information. Okay, this is going to be what? This is the contract address, this address dot the address inside. We're going to save it in this variable, and then the ABI.ABI, we're going to save it in this variable, and then the OpenSea URL. This is just a way of, we're using this thing to point to the location. For example, if I come here, Adulam, okay, right now, okay, this thing is not showing up, so it's not gonna work. So but I'm gonna show you the usage of it as we go. Okay, so here here is all where all our code is going to go on, and at the end of the day, of course, we're going to also have an export to export a whole lot of things here, and this is where all the exportation is going to take place. So this is just the static framework of how our contract interface file is going to look like. Okay, with that done, next want to first of all bring about an error handling function. Okay, so a function that will assist us in handling any possible errors in our in this interaction. So we're just going to do this here. So this function just report error. So it takes in an error file. All right, takes in an error file and then just logs that error file on the console, and also that you can know what is going on whenever we are performing any kind of transaction. All right, so that is for it. Now, want to create another function. This function will be responsible for retrieving contracts from the blockchain. Okay, so we have a contract address and want to pull it from the blockchain. So this function is going to be responsible for that. So how is that function responsible? This is how you create it. Const get Ethereum contract. Okay, and say that is all right. So say const connected account. So let me just do this. So let's say get what global state variable, and what we're saying what to get what connected account. All right, so we want to save it in. So we are actually getting this thing from store. This function enables us to pull something from the store. All right, and it is useful for files that are not React based component. This is not a React based component. This is just a regular JavaScript file. So let's store it in this variable here. Say const connected account is equal to this. And as I'm saving it in this variable here. So I want to check if there is this connected account. Okay, if it exists, what I want to do is to what? Grab the what? Say provider is equal to new ethers.provider is a web3 provider. The provider for our case is what? MetaMask. Okay, so this Ethereum provider, it's coming from what? MetaMask. Remember, we got this MetaMask actually injected this thing there. So we are actually what? Making that object, that Ethereum object, the provider. The provider will be responsible for performing transactions for us. So whenever we want to send mint, this provider will be consulted. You understand? Whenever we want to send money, anything that it has to do with transaction, this provider is what have to be what consulted. So signer, want to get signer. So this signer basically is the accounts that are available for what transactions. So signers are what the accounts available for transactions. So it could be local or the other ones on the Rinkibe or Ethereum test networks. So that is what that does. So just follow me, and when you do this thing, it's going to work flawlessly. So you have also want to what? Form this contract. How we form it is by saying new contract, and then we say new ethers contract, just like before when we were actually deploying the smart contract. You saw how we actually specify the contract name, the symbol and all that when we're deploying it. So for example, when you're creating a contract in this way, you need to what? Specify what? The address, the contract address, the contract ABI, and then the signer, which is why we were providing this information in the first place. So now this is a signer which we got from what? The provider. So all these accounts are coming from what? MetaMask, the ones that are on MetaMask. That is where these accounts they are coming from. So we specify that as what? Signer. The contract address is the one that we actually imported. If you look at it here, imported. When we compiled this thing, it was generated. When we deployed it on the network, actually, it was what? Stored for us in a certain location, which we imported. And then the ABI too follows the same suit. So that is what is happening here. Okay, so now with this specify, so once this is done, only thing we just want is to what? Return the contract. So that is, if someone is already what? Signing an account, you've already connected an account, all you just need to do is to what? Perform this little piece of information that are here. Otherwise, if it's the else, okay, else what we just need is to what? Grab it from the store. That means we're not making a fresh query to this we're not making a fresh query to the blockchain. We already have retrieved the contract, so we just grab it from the store. That is all we're gonna do. If there is a connect, there is no connect. If an account has already been connected, so it just grabs it from what? The blockchain. Otherwise, if there is no account that is connected, it's going to grab it from what? Store. All right, so say return. All right, so with this done, now let's create other other function, because the rest of the function that we'll be creating will be dependent on this particular function. That's why done first. So the first thing I want to do is to what? Create a new function called, so this is a new function called is wallet connected. It's a synchronous function. So it will go ahead and check the status of your connection. All right, it checks the status of your connection. If you've already connected to this website and so some certain key stuff are being performed here. So first of all, we're going to wrap it around a try catch word block. All right, so if it has any error, it should just report it. So we're just going to pass that error here. So it should just report it. That's all we need there. And then the first thing one will do is want to make sure that we check. Okay, we check before we perform anything. We check if there is an Ethereum object in this. So that means if there is MetaMask installed on your browser. Okay, if there is a MetaMask installed on your browser, it proceeds. But if there is no MetaMask in your browser, it alerts you with this, please install MetaMask. That is what you must know. So otherwise, it grabs the account. So this is a MetaMask method for grabbing accounts. So we say await that Ethereum object, the request. The method is what? It account. So you're actually requesting this. You are saying that get me all the accounts on MetaMask on this particular network. So it will return all the what? Address that MetaMask has on this particular network. And then it saves it there. So it's going to be an array of what? Accounts. All right. So the next thing that you want to do is what? Create a little this is event. Actually, it's a MetaMask event that say, okay, windows.ethereum.on. This is on what? Change. So for example, if I was in my local host and then I switch to Rinkibi, so this whole thing is going to what? Reload the browser. This is what happens. Windows.location.reload. You are saying that I should reload the browser. So when you change a network, change from Rinkibi to Goli or Goli to what? to Kovan, it's going to what? Change. It's going to reload your browser. The next thing, if that is not the event that was triggered, there is also this other event. What does this event do? Does this event, this account change, for example, whenever I change my account, when I change my account from account 1 to account 2, okay, what will do, it will set that account. This is a method that enables me to what? To set. What I mean by this, let me open the store here for you. Okay, so this is the what? Connected account. This is where it is in the store. So this method, set global state connected account, is saving, is grabbing the very first member of that account and then updating it in the store. This is what it is now, and then actually run this thing again to check if all these things are performed correctly. So that is just what it does. And lastly, we want to make sure that this is an if statement. Okay, so what this if statement does is, if the length of what? If the account that are returned, it returned at least one account. You understand? You should what? Update that particular what? A connected account. You should specify that the connected account now is now what? Is now this first member of the account array. Otherwise, you tell you what? Please alert you. Please connect what? Your wallet. Console.log. So that is just what that particular function does, for you. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and, perform the other ones faster. So this is a wallet. This is a function here. The next one, this function here. So this function is responsible for what? Connecting your MetaMask wallet. You understand? It helps you to what? Connect your MetaMask wallet. Okay. So once you run this function, it's going to what? Prompt MetaMask to what? Connect your wallet. Okay. So with that, also have another function. I'm going to be a little bit faster. This function enables you to what? To mint an NFT. Okay. So let's see. So this function enables you to mint an NFT. It checks, of course, make sure it grabs the connected account and gets the contract, specify the amount for mint. The amount is actually at this, and then pay to mint. Pay to mint, this is await contract. So we are not consulting. This is where EthersJs is now performing a lot of activities under the hood. So we say contract dot what? Pay to mint. What are we paying from this connected account? And this is the value that we are sending, which is what? 0.001 ethers. So we're sending it to this. We're going to wait. This is a synchronous function. And once it is complete, it should what? Reload the entire what? Page. So we can say, because the blockchain is pretty slow, so this thing often doesn't work. So I normally use an alternative than this, which is what? Window the location the reload. Okay, fantastic. So that is pay to mint function. So another function I want to what? Load. This is used for loading all your NFTs, on your browser. All right. So we load all these NFT that are being minted on our platform. So you just get the Ethereum object, Ethereum contract. That is correctly. Let's start here. So we're loading NFTs here. Now we're getting this Ethereum smart contract, and then we are what? Actually retrieving all the NFTs that have been minted on our platform. Remember this? Do you remember this function? This function is in the part. So this is a function called get all NFTs that just pulls back all the NFT that have been minted on our platform. So you see that we're actually in that contract we are calling that function, and all the NFTs are saved there, and then we are setting it into what our global state called what NFTs, our store, inside our store called NFTs. So if you come to our store right now, um, store. If you come to our store, you see that we have a variable called what NFTs and is an array. So that is where we are actually storing all the arrays. So, but these arrays basically they often come unarranged properly. So we use this thing called NFT structure what NFT. This is a function that we loop through it and just grab this thing. We grab the ID and make sure that it's a number format. OpenSea URL, which is what this OpenSea URI, plus that your specific contract address. Although this only works when you are actually deploying to a live server, not a local server, testnet or a mainnet, anyone, and then locking up with what this thing, the NFT ID. So this is the buyer, which is the NFT buyer. This is the image URI. This is the cost of the NFT. So we are just actually converting it back again to a human readable format from we to ethers. Okay, and then this is what timestamp. Basically, we are converting this to a timestamp. So, and then at the end of the day, we are just exporting all this function. Okay, so that's what we are exporting. So this is the entire thing about the contract interface that we are using to what communicate or to make this communication between our smart contract on the blockchain and our DApp on the front end. So with that successful, the first thing that we want to do now is to start speaking to it. We want to load it first on the browser. So now let's come back here, back to this place. So first thing first, we want to load use effect. So use effect is a React hook, all right? It's a React hook, like you see, coming from React. It is useful for it's a function that is almost like a constructor in a sense. It executes a certain block of code once the DOM is fully loaded. Once your website is fully loaded, it just executes something like that. So that is what this particular thing that I'm just gonna like stop this. So now this use effect here is gonna run once this component is loaded. That is just what it does, right? So it has function here, okay, and a dependency array, of course. So now what do we want to run here? Whenever this smart contract is loaded, this app loads. For example, currently right now, they inspect. I'm gonna. So you see, when I refresh, you see that there is really nothing. I've not loaded the blockchain, so I want to load the blockchain whenever I refresh the browser. So I'm gonna call this is wallet connected. So whenever we load the browser, I want to run this function called is wallet connected, and you see that it's importing from that adulam script, that service that connects between the blockchain and the DApp. So I'm actually now speaking to that one. So I say then what does it do? Say console.log blockchain loaded. So I use this to confirm that my blockchain app is properly loaded. Okay, so you see that when I refresh this thing, of course I have not connected my wallet, you understand, but blockchain is loaded, but it tells me no account found, you understand, and this no account found is actually coming from it's an error that is coming from this report here, console.error report. So this is where that no account, found is coming from. Okay, so let's provide, like, it's gonna say please what connect wallet. So you need to what connect your wallet first before you can proceed. So to connect your wallet, let's come to this place, the header, onto component header right here. Okay, so in the header component here, we're going to what use a function called connect wallet. It actually comes what with okay, before we proceed, so let's get the connected wallet. Okay, let's just do this first. Let's connect the wallet. So let's say this button, right, that is responsible for it. So for connecting a wallet, this button here. So we'll say on click. So once it is click, we want to what say connect wallet. Once you just click, it should what say connect wallet. And this is actually coming from Adulam. So this connect wallet is coming from what that interface file that we created. So once it is click, it's going to what trigger MetaMask to what to connect our wallet. That is all that is doing here. So to test this thing out, now let's click on this. See that it triggered MetaMask for me to what connect to a particular what wallet account. Understand? So let's say I'm going to select this first one and then click on connect, and I click connect. So it's connected. Understand? But it's still here, but I'm going to make a little bit so you can see that no account found is no longer showing up. The only thing that is showing up now is that blockchain loaded. Fantastic. Let's see our live stream. Condition. So hopefully it won't be up to 4 hours. So let's come back here. Okay, so now let's come back here. So this is where we are. So now I want to make a dynamic stuff here. I want to make sure that first of all I want to say use global stateful, which is a function that is coming from this store. Remember we imported that before. So come on. So let's call this const. Okay, and this is how you make use of it on a React based application. So React component, this is how you make use of it on a React component. Okay, you call it this way and then specify a connected account. Okay. Connected account, you understand that? This is how you call it in a React based component. Meanwhile, if it's not a React based component, this is how you call it. You call it this way. Say use get global state. Understand that? So that is the difference between how we're using it before, and then you must specify the name here. Because this is how you specify it on a React based component. Great. So we want to make sure that we have a connected account. Is there a connected account on here? We do that, if we don't, that. So if we don't have what I'm saying, if we've not connected our wallet yet, our account yet, if we've not connected it yet, then we should have this particular one available to us. You understand that? Otherwise, I have this one. Okay, so I'm going to remove this. Okay, and okay, so this will tell you connect wallet. Meanwhile, I just want to what? Just want to paste this wallet ID. Okay, so I save now. You see, this is my wallet ID. So because it's already connected, so it's showing that wallet ID. So, but the little trick here that I use is to invoke this truncate. This truncate function that we exported for. So let's come to the store here. So in the store, we had this function called truncate, which enables us to make our wallet address look really fantastic. So I'm going to utilize it here to use it the way we want. So for this, I say truncate, which is coming from the store. And right now you should see it here as imported. So this truncate, what I want to do, I'm going to pass the string that I want to truncate, which is this connected account. And of course, there's a way we specified it. Okay, so with this setup like this, you understand, look at how our account looks. So what is happening here is that we're saying that this is the text, this is the character you should start with. You should start from character at number 4 and end with character at number 4. And the maximum max length, you know, which is actually the maximum length is actually 11. So 11 characters in total. So if you count this 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3 dots, that is 11 characters in total. That is what that place does. Okay, so with this, our business with the header component is completed. So we don't have any business with this header component for now. Okay, so now let's go to what the let's go to uh, the banner component. So when you come here, no, the hero actually. So the hero here. So the hero, one function that is alone useful here is this mint. So the ability to mint, so that when we click on this mint, let the minting process proceed. That is what we want to achieve in this next, phase of it. So for us to do that, there are some things that we need to update our store with. Okay, so let's get our store updated. All right, so for example, in the store, we need to set two more variables, two more essential function. Like these are states, global states, for keeping information about our alert. Like we want to be able to show that when we mint something, we want an alert to show us for us. So we want to make it dynamic. Okay, so we are making sure that the loading and the alert key are all there together. And of course, and then now we just set two more function, here. So these functions are going to be responsible. So these functions are going to be this is a function responsible for setting an alert, and after 8 seconds it's going to disappear. Okay, you can say 5 seconds. And then this function is a function that is used for setting an image, a message, like loading, like that kind of thing when our NFT is being minted. So those things are important. So I'm just saving that there. So with that done, the next thing that we want to do, of course, we need to export this new components, these new functions that we just grabbed. If not, we won't be able to use them outside of this place. Then set message. Make sure that is well calibrated. So this is how it is now. So now the next thing is to what? Let's update this alert component. So in this alert component, we need to what? Update some information about it. So let's grab information from the store, say const, or to use global state as well. What we want the alert. Fantastic. So the alert key, that is what we're using here. And what do we want to do with this key? We want to, want to say, instead of using this scale, variable scale here, want to interpolate the string. I want to say alert. All right. So if alert dot show, so remember in this index here, this show is a key inside this alert object here. So if it is show, if show is true, okay, what we want to do is that we want this thing to what? Scale to be what? 100. All right. Otherwise, scale to be what? 0. That is all we're just doing there. All right, nothing crazy about it. And then now we want to do some things like alert dot color. All right, so if the color is red, so for example, an alert has color. So when I'm passing information, if it is red, I'm talking about there is an error somewhere, but if it is green, that means it passed successfully. So that is just what I want to use this thing to display here. So if alert is what? Red, it should show red. If it's green, it should just show what? Green. And then it should just what? Show me the message here. So it will be alert dot msg, which is the message that the alert contains itself. So with that, that will be it for this particular component. And now we also want to what? Update that loading component. So in this loading component, we're not going to use it like this. For example, loading has what? Ability to show as well as a message. So let's rework on it. First of all, you want to what? Acquire it from the store, want to retrieve it from the store. Say const use global state. Okay, what are we grabbing? We're grabbing loading, right? Let's make sure that here as well. So this is loading now, right? And you come here, let's change this, make this thing dynamic, because this is what is responsible for, this is what is responsible to be showing or hiding this thing. For example, now this thing is hidden, right? So when I say 100 and I present it, you see that it's now minted. So I want to make this process dynamic. So that's why we're using this method here. The key itself is going to be stored, is going to be located in the store, and however dynamic it goes, then it can be showing like that. So you have understanding as we go. So now we do scale. So we say loading, if loading does show, okay, scale value what? 100. Otherwise, the scale value should be what? 0. All right, that is it. And all we just need now is to show the message. All right, so we say loading dot msg. So we just updated those two components to become dynamic, which is super important in this next step that we're about to go. So now let's open this hero component and get this thing working properly. In the hero component, let us bring in some cool stuff into our mix. So for example, let's want to what? Want want to do this thing called const on mint NFT. Whenever you want to mint NFT, so this is going to be an asynchronous function. Okay, and on mint function, so let's say I want to set global state. Okay, so what are we setting this time? The loading. Okay, to be what? True. Show, which is an attribute there, come true. And what the message minting new NFT for okay, so let's save that. And now I come here, pick up this on main function, come to this place, say on click, just pass this function here. So now when I click on this main function, see the way it works. Let me refresh. When it is refreshed, when I click on it, see it's start minting, but the minting process has not yet begun, of course. So now want to add extra more information here. What's the information? We want to say await. What are we awaiting? Awaiting pay to mint. Pay to mint is a function that is coming from what? This Adulam, right? So that is where pay to mint is coming from. And remember, we exported it from here. So we are actually calling it here. That's why it's being imported to this place from Adulam. And then say want to await pay to mint, and we're passing, don't have any parameter. And of course, I'm going to say then when it is successful, you should do what? You should set alert, which is another function that is coming from the store. So you should set the alert with what? Minting successful. And the color that I want is what? Green. Okay, this is with Tailwind because it's going to be blended. Okay, so otherwise catch in it. If there is an error about it, we want to show set loading message. No, set global state. And in the global state, what are we targeting? We're targeting this loading, and we're going to say loading now should be an object which will show what false, and MSG will be empty. So that is what it is. So if this mint was successful, this is what is going to take place. Let's so let's click. See, it triggers any MetaMask for me to validate this transaction. Once I click on saying so there's a little trick when this sort of message comes out. One of the ways you can use in taking care of this is to come to settings, search for reset, and reset account. Sometimes that helps. So with that account reset, let's refresh again. Let's click on that mint. So went well, and although we are not seeing it, but it minted successfully, so we're gonna soon be seeing it listed. So for now, okay. So now let's also grab this thing called const the NFT to use global it, and what are we using? NFTs, right? So now we come here, say, so want to say NFTs dot end. So if although we've not started grabbing these NFTs from the internet, so if from the blockchain, if we are grabbing it, we'll be seeing the counter, like how many NFTs minted right there. So now that we are done with this hero component, the next place that we need to go now is this artwork component. All right, so you come to component artworks, where we need to grab all those works on all those let's say all those NFTs that we've minted. We want to grab it and display it on this view here. So that's what we're going to be doing next. To do that, we'll come to this app.js. So we want to actually load it whenever in this place here. We want to load it whenever our app is loaded. We want to load it immediately. We just validate that our account is actually working. And secondly, we want to make sure that this this callback function here is an asynchronous function. So we can say async, okay, and then with that we can say await to make sure that this is the first function that is what called. Okay, after that function is called, the next function to run is what another await, say load NFTs. Okay, and that load NFT is coming from this same adulam here. Okay, so let's do that. So now let's refresh again. You see that it seems like there is no difference, but there is a huge difference. For example, in this place that we're loading NFT, okay, let's say I come here and say console.log, and what am I logging? I want to log those structured NFT. So you see that this is an NFT that was minted. Okay, you can see the detail about it, the buyer, the cost, the ID, the image, address on the IPFS, the time it was minted, and then the URL. So this is the NFTs are being loaded into this NFTs collection. So now with this, now you can even see that we now have what one NFT that was minted because of this particular call. We are calling this load NFT function whenever our app is what loaded. So hope that is making sense to you. So now the next step I want to do is to what call it in this place. So for example, say const NFT is equal to use global state. And what are we using? We're calling what NFTs. So we want to retrieve all those NFTs that are stored in that array there. And instead of doing this array dot field sending empty data, we'll just call NFTs, because these things are this is read data now that is being supplied here. So in this background place, I'm going to change it. It's not going to be base URI because it's going to be NFT dot. If you come here in this structured place, this is the image URI. This is what we want to call. So this will become like NFT dot what image URI, and add line NFT number 1, and then the cost here. So we can do NFT dot what cost. All right, so let's save that and see that on the browser. I see this is dynamic now happening. So for example, let's mint another NFT and see what is going on. Is because the blockchain is always taking time though. See, it's two NFTs. NFT and high. So basically what you want to do here is let's call it NFT ID. That it will have the right order. So this is what is going on here. We are actually minting its progress. So so that is what is going on, and we want to make sure that this thing that is wrapping this wrapper here is a link, so that it can be what is an a tag, so that it can, let's say, href is going to be NFT dot URL, and target going to be what blank. So that's save. This actually becomes like a link, and you can see how when I hover each one of those links, even though they are not correct because they are not like a relocation, because I didn't deploy it to that network, so it's not going to show up. So with that performed, okay, so can progress to finishing this up. This load more, enabling the load more button. Now so let's enable this load more button. So I want to make a little adjustment so that we can actually enable this load more. Currently, right now, we're actually grabbing these NFTs from this store directly here. But we want to make it different. We want to pass it as a prop into the component itself, and not. So I'm not going to use it this way. I'm going to delete this one. Okay. Why I'm doing this, so that we can use this load more button here, which when we click on loading more NFTs. Okay, so that is what you must know. Now in this app.js here, we want to make sure that we are say const NFTs global state variables, and then let's get NFT from the store there, and here I'm going to pass what artworks. Okay, Okay, so in this place, we want to make sure that this thing is not called back for actually called artworks. Okay, artworks, and then in this place, then the prop that I want to pass is artwork. So let's pass this NFTs side of it. So these NFTs are now being passed into what artwork like this. So the next thing I want to do as we get to this place, first of all, we are no longer using this base URL because everything is dynamic now. So we want to do a use effect here. Use effect. Okay. So what this means is this: whenever this component is loaded, we want to pass in some prop inside of it. So what are we passing? I want to create a function because this load more button is tricky, but with this method you'll be able to get it. So I want to get NFTs. Okay, a function that's called get NFTs. What it does is just return what? That artworks at above, dot slice. This is a method of an array to getting a certain portion of an array. So we are starting from an index of 0 and then to the end. This end here is a const, is a state variable. They say end and what set end. Okay, they use state is what we are setting it by default. It should be what 4. Okay, and then there's another one called count. No, so this is count. Okay, so I'm gonna get up to 4 elements here. Starting from the first position, I'm gonna get 4 elements when I'm starting, and then this is gonna be useful when I'm clicking on this use more button later on the bottom. So please take note here if something tricky coming. So with this now, you want to set NFTs. You want to set NFTs to what? Whatever you grab here, you know that what you'll be grabbing here is the first 4. So whatever you grab here, what am I doing? Set what NFTs. So basically, I want to make sure that NFT this time around is not going to be coming from this store. Okay, so NFT, so it's going to be a use state const NFT set NFT is equal to use state. Okay, and it's an empty array. So now once it is loaded, I want it to set what NFT that has all this. So by default, once this component is loaded, set NFT and actually grab the first 4, which this function actually provides us. Okay, so it grabs the first 4 and then set it to this what NFT place here. And I want to pass in some dynamic some dependency into this array so that this array will continually change based on these dependency that one is what the artwork, and also if the artwork changes, it will change. If the end changes, if we change the end, like the end value, then also should also change. So let's say end here. All right, so and now when you scroll down in this place here, okay, in this place, all we just need to do is to say on click if button to watch to run this function here, but set the end. You understand? This will cause a component to re-render this end plus what? The count. So this end was what 4 before, now plus count, which is 4, it becomes 8. So it will to expose, if there are 4 components, it's going to expose them the more here. So so let us see this in action. I'm going to change all this thing to, let's say, 1 1 for now, because we don't have much thing. You see that the number of um the number of NFTs were reduced to 1. Now when I click load more, it just increases it. You understand this thing? So let's say we mint another one now. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, we're waiting for, blockchain takes some time for these things to validate under the hood. So that's why it's not showing up immediately. Now it's not showing up now. NFT that we just mint here. So it's funny. So, so now when I click on this load more, you see keep on what populating that. So it means that that is valid and it's working properly. All right. So the only thing to do that, the only thing now is we want to make this thing to be dynamic. Okay, we don't like if all the NFTs have been loaded, so this button should disappear when it's fully loaded. So how do we achieve that? We achieve that simply by specifying this. If the artwork dot length, if the artwork dot length is greater than what 0, and artworks dot length, and the artwork dot length is greater than NFT dot length, okay, then it should, no, no, it should disappear. So I'm just going to bring in this button. Okay. So basically when I save this, okay, see, once I load that, all of them, this button disappears. That is what I want, exactly what I wanted to show you. Okay, with that done, let me just send this thing to 4 now, because we kind of are done with our build right here. Okay, so this is our build. Hold on, bring it over here. Okay, so we have all our NFTs there. Let's make another one. Okay, so that is going to take a while. So wow, this has taken 4 hours. Okay, so we kind of done here. My God. Wow. So what a build. Let's refresh. We have this NFT number 3, this is number 4. So network issues. Okay, so with this, you see, because we still have less than 4, okay, we don't have more than four NFTs. It's not showing that load more button. Now once we click on that, it goes ahead and what, that once it is validated, of course. Ooh, come on. Ooh, so the fifth one, see, these images are now loading. So you see that this button have showed up, and this comes in. So man, Friend, this is how you would create an NFT minting Dapp. And I hope that you got, so many, that you got a lot of values from this build so far, and if you do, please smash that subscribe button, like, share, and let people know about this, Yeah, I heard someone is blowing whistle for me over here. Thanks. Yeah, so this is a lot. Like, I'm so glad this is our first build on this channel. You definitely should be expecting more of this. I'm going to repackage this video later on so that it will be a lot easy, a lot better, to and a lot condensed. I'm going to add some music under the hood so that make it a lot much, fantastic. So this is how it goes. I really am grateful here and hope you got good values here. So till next time, all the best. All right. Hey, don't forget to like and subscribe. Bye bye.